Now what happened to the music? Music's not supposed to end yet. What's going on, guys? Who be there? Monday night, November 25, 2024. It's 8 p.m. How are you guys? Hey, welcome to Doc MacKay, Monday Night Live, where I'll be talking about emergency medicine, the military, and the Word of God always creeps in there somehow. It's inevitable. Can't help it. Yeah. How about you guys? How are you on this Monday night? What's going on? Where are you guys? I see a set of eyeballs. Come in. Come in, come in. Who is it? There's 3 people. Hop on in, guys. Awesome. Let's start a convo. Grab a cup of coffee, a bottle of water, a cup of tea, what have you. Come in. Don't swipe. Come in. Test, test, test. Are you out there? No, don't leave. Come on, stay here. Where are you guys out there? What country are you coming from? US? Philippines? Russia? Indonesia? Thailand? Mexico? Australia? New Zealand? Girl in the mirror? From the Philippines. Hey, young lady. Thank you, dear. ¿Cómo está? Come in, come in. There's more. Wave at him, girl. Say, come in, don't stop. Well, there's people swiping by, but they're not stopping. What's new? What's new with you, girl? How's the weather in Luzon, Philippines? Good morning. Sorry. 7 o'clock, correct? 7 a.m. Where you are? Weather's good today. Let's see here. What is the weather in Rizal, Philippines? 80 degrees Fahrenheit right now. At 7 o'clock in the morning. It's gonna be, wait a minute, it's 9:05? Oh, 1 hour ahead of me. Well, 13 hours ahead of me. I remember, I thought it was earlier. It's later. 9:05. 9 o'clock in the morning and it's 80 degrees. Now that's not unusual for the Philippines. I remember it well. Hot and humid, steaming. Is there fog outside? A little bit of mist in the trees and on the ground. Yeah, steaming hot. Yeah, yeah. Imagine that. Are the manok crowing? How do you say that in Tagalog? Jamie! Jamie, what's going on? 8 to midnight now, Jamie. That's going to be the official goal. 8 to midnight. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 2000 to 00 triple quadruple aught a.m. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That way I can get to bed at a decent time. What's up, brother? Is it snowing up there in, wait, are you down in Pensacola or are you back up home in, where are you, Massachusetts? Yeah, actually you're 13 hours ahead, but 1 hour AM to PM ahead. Yeah, where are you right now, Jamie? You told me last time, but I forgot. So. Why does my live stream on YouTube looks not clear? And I'm on 1080 high definition, but over here on StreamYard I'm perfectly clear. You're back in Pensacola. Okay, okay. So it's hot and humid in Pensacola, or what's the weather like compared to the peninsula, like where my daughter is in the Port Richey area, Clearwater, Tampa? I would imagine it's getting a little bit colder, probably the same temperature that we're experiencing down here in Jersey. 65 today. Beautiful. Well, we got the fall weather, kind of the chilly 40s, 50s. You know, the leaves are dumping like crazy and my yard is full. I gotta get out there and do it for the third time. It's never ending. Is there any snow up there in Mass yet? Or New Hampshire? I know Wisconsin and Michigan are getting a little bit already. Even, gosh, just west in Maryland, apparently my sister-in-law experienced a little bit, they said. It's kind of the greater Baltimore area where she lives. All right, girl. What are you having for breakfast? Coffee, pandesal, saging, itlog. What else? That's banana, egg. Oh, and what's the coffee, girl? Is it 3-in-1 or egg sandwich? Nice. Wow, you actually do egg sandwich? Good for you. I grew up on egg sandwiches. My mother made us egg sandwiches all the time. So that was normal. Even today, I still make egg sandwiches. I love them. But my asawa never really, well, no, egg on pandesal, but it wasn't like a normal breakfast thing to have. I asked her before, she said. But for me, gosh, egg sandwiches all the way. I like mayonnaise and mustard, actually, on my egg sandwiches. Well, yeah, of course. I can't say she wasn't. Although, mom, not to, just to critique mom, she wasn't like a chef, that was just, restaurant material, but she knew how to cook, she knew how to keep the family fed. And she knew she had a kind of a standard, I guess, menu. You put mayo on yours, yeah. Just a touch of mustard, not too much, but just enough to get that, you know, mustardy taste to it, like a deviled egg. Like the eggs cut in half with the mayonnaise and mustard, and then you put it back, and the yolk after you mix it, and then you put the yolk back in the middle for the holidays. Well, that's what I'm after, that taste, that mayonnaise mustard kind of combo. Yeah, I did not go hungry. Definitely, no, no. Mom, she was the typical American mom. If I look back, she knew uh, the standard American fare, and then she had her little um, knowledge of other countries like goulash and um, let's see. She tried to make Asian meals, but really had no knowledge of it. Now that I've been married to in the Asian culture for 40 years, she Americans don't have a clue what, unless they're Asian Americans, um, what Asian, the whole concept behind Asian, the Asian menu. But mom would throw in, the chunking a la carte in a box, buy it from the market and have, her version of steamed rice and chop suey and, the, what do you call it? Those crispy noodles that you put on top, and chow mein, noodles and so on. But no, it was definitely very Americanized. As a matter of fact, I used to make that. I'm embarrassed now, for my first wife from Thailand, and I brought it to her. I thought, I was being a good boyfriend slash um, fiance by making her dinner, and she was working the night shift, so I would make this steamed rice, which was basically boil a bag rice, and um, then the chop suey rendition on the side in a Tupperware, and I packed it separate. I had her own meal ready, and I brought it to dinner for her on the night shift. And she kind of said under her breath, "What is this?" And I thought, "Uh-oh, what do you mean? What is this?" Gusta Louise. Thanks for coming, Gusta. Thanks for finding me. I see that. I don't recognize your name. Thank you for coming. Don't forget the thumbs up, Gusta, before you leave. The like icon. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so anyways, and then she invited me over to her, to her mom's house, and then started feeding me, and I realized, OMG, I've never experienced this. And that was the beginning. The rest is history. That was the beginning of my Asian exposure, the Asian culture. And yeah, here it is. Literally 40 years later. I was married in 1984. Actually, I started before that when I was dating, so it was probably 1982-ish. But 1984 officially when I got married. So here it is, 2024. So yeah. Nephrescus Cruz. Call you Cruz. Welcome back. I haven't seen you in a while. Gusta, where are you coming from? What part of the world? You're learning English in 24 hours? Wait a minute. You're typing well for only knowing it 24 hours. Oh, your dream is to go to the EUA. Where are you from? When you say EUA, sorry, European something. Um, I'm on the East Coast, USA, in the state of New Jersey. Did you mean your dream is to go to the USA? Is that what you meant? You say band. Do you play an instrument? Cruz! Are you able to stay or do you have to go? You do. What instrument do you play? I'm associated with a Army veteran, United States Army veteran, who was in the Army band. And he's quite the professional, not only musician, but singer. And I'm sorry, Cruz, where are you again? Are you in Mexico or you're in where? Arizona or New Mexico? Or am I totally wrong? Ah, you are the guy in Mexico, right? That's right. I understand. Entiende. You can play trombone, guitar, keyboard, and flute. Hoorah! That's quite the spread of instruments. Cool. Welcome back. Gusta, where are you from? What country? Sorry, I missed it if you said. Oh, Joe! What's up? Speaking of Spanish, ¿cómo estás, amigo? Ah, you're in Brazil. You speak Portuguese. Ah. Muy bueno. I don't know what that is in Portuguese. Yeah, I know. I remember, Cruz. Mexico City, correct? Well, Cruz, meet Joe Mack. He speaks Spanish. I'm assuming, since you're in Puerto Rico. Welcome, guys. Yeah, a little bit. I understand. Yeah, Portuguese shares a lot of similarity with Spanish. Yep. Yes, sir. Hey, again, guys, the like button. Click on the thumbs up icon. The least you can do. That will help get the channel in front of a bigger audience. And if you want to subscribe, that's fine. If not, that's fine. Hey, Joe, I just happen to be a Mac. My last name is Mac. Originally originated in Scotland. So I guess I was a part of the Mac clan at one time in my history. Awesome. Mucho gracias. Muchas gracias. How do you say thank you in Portuguese? Gracias. Or no. It's oh, I knew that before. I think. Ah, second generation Guinea from New York. Ah, awesome. Yeah, obrigado. That's it. Thank you. I knew that. I was, it clicked and I went, no, no, it's not gracias. It's obrigado. That's it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I knew that. I just forgot. So, yep, obrigado. Obrigado, Gusta Luis. Yeah, I can pronounce the Spanish vowels, so that's not a problem. I just need to hear the accent sometimes. You say you are welcome. You are welcome. When you're talking to me. Awesome. Where is what part of sorry. Um Gosh, I just forgot. When you say you're a second generation Guinea, what is that referring to? What I'm not familiar. Oh, I was going to say, what part of Puerto Rico is your family from? Correct, Luis. That's okay. You can help me with Portuguese, and I'll help you with English. No problemo. Ah, Sicilian. Gotcha. Cool. Well, we have another visitor here, Joe, that is from Spain, um, and what's his name? Do you remember Cruz? Um, and he even told me the village that he lives in. He's from ay ay ay, drawing a blank. Sem problema, sem problema. Okay, okay, no problem. Sem problema. Yeah, no problem. Awesome. Joe, you came here to retire after working for 40 years in the United States because it was cheaper. Yep. Yeah. Oh, very good. Gosh, you sound like me, Joe. If I was on my own, I would be forced to move out of the United States and probably the Philippines, only because my wife is from the Philippines and the cost of living there is crazy cheap. So with the little pension that I have, I would be able to survive in the Philippines. Yeah. Obrigado, Gusta. Louise, I'll call you Louise. You live in Aguadilla? Aguadilla? In the Philippines, they pronounce the double L, Ilia. So I'm going to make the mistake. Aguadilla. It's on the extreme northwestern side of the island. Awesome. How long have you been there, Joe? Jose? Yeah, do they pronounce it Aguadilla or Aguadilla? Do they roll the L or the Lye? Delia, or Dia? Let's see, where did the young lady go that came in? Um, Sorry, so many exchanges have happened and I lost her name. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Oh, where are you? I'm scrolling. Looking right over you. Ah, 4 years. Okay, Luis, sorry. En español, lo siento mucho. I will try to speak slowly and clearly. I've been told I speak clearly, so I will concentrate and slow down. Ah, very good. Aguadilla. Yeah. Okay, okay. That's the traditional Spanish. The way I learned. My hometown is San Diego, California. So a lot of Spanish speakers, a lot of Mexican Spanish speakers in San Diego. Oh, it's not a Q, it's a G. Agua, like water. Aguadilla. Agua, aqua. Same difference. Yeah, I'm trying not to forget about um I'm assuming she was a female that came in. And I'm scrolling and I'm losing. What was your name again? Did you did you say hello and then goodbye? Or are you still out there? Where are you? Where are you? I don't see the. How come I can't find her? Help me out. What was her name? The young lady that came in. Again, I'm assuming she was a lady. Yeah, it's complicated. I know. I know. I've been told, even in America, when you go to New Mexico, and the Spanish speakers in New Mexico, which is the state, United States, the accent, the choice of words is even different. I remember my father, one of his friends, spoke Spanish fluently, and he used to educate my dad and say, the Spanish is even different when you go to New Mexico in the United States than other places. Like Mexico, Mexican Spanish. My hairdresser, the lady that cuts my hair, she's from Dominica, and she's very critical with her Spanish. She's a good educator, and so she teaches me when I ask her questions. I used to work with, well, various cultures, but uh, one guy, one kid, younger guy, is from Mexico, and he was more of like a gangster kind of young man, and so his street street smart, and his Spanish was very slang, more towards that, that gangster kind of way of talking. And so I picked up on, some of those expressions, which I'm sure is, foreign to other places. To learn English fast, oh my, Louise, live in America. I guess, I'm guessing that would be the quickest way. But online, anybody have suggestions? Correct, Louise. Agua is water. Yeah, the same in Spanish. Yeah, so online would be your, I guess. I've heard other people say, I learned my English through watching American movies. But, I mean, that might be the only, if that's the only way, then okay. But it's not a recommended way to learn English. A lot of poor examples of English through American movies. Or I should say, well, maybe it's okay for learning the language, but not learning about American culture. Don't rely on Hollywood to teach you how it is in the United States. Joe, beans of Puerto Rico is a Commonwealth of the United States. I would say approximately 7% of us speak English. When you say beans, was that a mistype? Beans at Puerto Rico? Oh, being, I gotcha. That. Is that what you meant? Being that Puerto Rico is a Commonwealth of the United States? Yeah, 7%, yeah. Is it not taught in school, English, as a second language? Or do they use English in school? In the Philippines, they teach in English. The education is taught in English, but their language is Tagalog. Yeah, that I think that was a mistype, Joe. Yeah, correct. That's the same in the Philippines. Correct. I think he was trying to say gusta, seeing that Puerto Rico is a Commonwealth of the United States. Oh, there you go, Louise. Joe said he watched the news. That would be a good example. Find one that speaks slowly. Yeah, I gotta move my camera. You're gonna see my camera move here. My box is not quite settled. There we go. Yeah, no problem, Joe. We got you. I got your back. I got you covered. That's an expression, Louise, I have your back, or I got you covered. Meaning I'm watching. I'm protecting you. I'm looking after you. I'm looking after you. I'll take care of you. The English? Oh, you mean the schools? The school in general in Brazil? Or you're talking about the English education in Brazil? Oh, why, obrigado mucho, Luis. There you go. Yep, absolutely. What are their Commonwealth? Samoa, Puerto Rico. I forgot what else. Samoa. Is it Samoa? Puerto Rico. And correct. What am I missing? What's the other Commonwealth? Think Samoa, Puerto Rico. Here, what did the USA Commonwealth? Oh, that's not the right word. Not Commonwealth. I'm talking about yeah, what's the I know what you mean, but it's the wait a minute, wait. Oh, it is a Commonwealth. Okay, never mind. I just popped in Commonwealth. It gave me a different oh, territories. That's what I was thinking. Well, your English is good, Louise. Don't fool yourself. You're speaking very good English sentences there. Puerto Rico, oh, the Northern Mariana Islands, Samoa, Guam, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. That's it. Okay. 5 territories. There we go. Oh, those are unincorporated territories. Yeah, I just copied and pasted that from Wikipedia. Oh, Duolingo. Do they have a free subscription? You said you didn't have any money. Does that cost, or? I was going to recommend some apps, but typically they cost money if you're going to have a private, teacher. What does that mean? Donde es eso? What is eso? Eso. Oh, Bikini Atoll. It does say here there are um uh there are other nine the other nine are small islands, atolls, and reefs with no native or permanent population. Of the nine, only one is classified as an unincorporated territory, Palmyra Atoll. Two additional territories, Bajo Nuevo Bank and Saranilla Bank, are claimed by the U.S. but administered by Colombia. Interesting information there. Yeah, Joe, you can ask for a Spanish interpreter and they can tell you what your situation is. Either yes or you need to speak English for this job. But my educated guess is just try, and if they ask you, do you need an interpreter, then they'll probably provide you one. Because speaking Spanish in the United States or speaking Portuguese in the United States, I think you have some opportunities. Second language is if you can speak English and a second language, your pay rate is going to be higher. Gusta is in Brazil. I think he alluded to Brazil, where he's from or where he's living. Yeah, Brazil. Again, guys, thanks so much um, for finding and staying in my channel. That helps me have someone to talk to and something to talk about. Joe, my neighbor, Bruce, he's a black guy that's married to a Puerto Rican wife, and so his wife's family, all So I don't know what part of Puerto Rico, but they're visiting all the time across the street. So they have a big Puerto Rican family. What do I know about Brazil? Oh my, you're going to test my my uneducation about South America. Only that it speaks Portuguese and Brazil. I don't know a whole lot about Brazil, just the location. I don't remember history about Brazil or the politics or, yeah, I don't know. Nope. Daniel from New Zealand. Wow, another New Zealander. We have one visitor that comes in on a fairly regular basis, and he's in New Zealand. He's in Auckland. Maybe he'll show up soon. Nothing but the women are hot? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot about that, huh, Joe? They're very big in modeling. The contestants in the Miss World pageant are very gorgeous from Brasilia. But the women were hot. Jojo, you're back. Speaking of Espanol, Spanish, Jojo is from the Philippines. And if you didn't know, the Spanish occupied the Philippines for, what is it, Joe? 400 years? So the language is very prevalent, or influence, the Spanish influence. The Spanish language influences the Philippines quite a bit. And there's even some provinces, or one province in particular, that speaks primarily Spanish in the Philippines. It's called Zamboanga City, and they speak a variation of Spanish called Chavacano. You're in the sunny Hawke's Bay in New Zealand. Beautiful. Yeah, we were talking about the latitude. I'm sorry, the latitude that New Zealand is situated on, and it's 40 degrees latitude. I forget the longitude, but the latitude is 40 degrees below the equator, minus 40 degrees. Yeah, they drive you wild. Are you single or married, Joe? I guess that doesn't matter, right? They still drive us wild. Oh, I spelt that wrong. Zamboanga. Zamboanga. Magandang umaga, Jojo Vasquez. I just practiced my Tagalog, said good morning in Tagalog. Magandang or maganda is beautiful or good. So magandang umaga, good morning. Umaga is morning. And good evening to us, correct, Luis? Let's see, what time is it in Brazil? Brazil time? is 10:51 p.m. Oh, you're only 2 hours ahead of me. It's 8:51 here in New Jersey on the East Coast. Yep, 22:51. Very good. You don't need the dot dot though when you use the military time. You can erase the dot dot. Just say 22:51. And 02:51. Wow, even further in New Zealand. Is it PM or in New Zealand? Is that correct? My time is 20:51. Oh, it is PM. Okay. PM. Yeah. That's what I thought, not AM. Oh, you did say PM. Sorry. I read that. Sorry. Let's see. When the United States defeated Spain, 1898, American-Spanish War, Spain ceded the Philippines, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines went independent in 1950. Something. Yep. 09:52. Right. AM. That's right. It's morning in the Philippines. It's the opposite in the Philippines. Yeah. What did you do, Joe? What was your job before you retired? And let's see. Since you're collecting your pension, you're probably a little bit older than I am. Oh, no kidding. Not an easy job, but good pay, I would imagine. Beautiful. Awesome. Wow. Awesome. Very good. You know, I worked in the defense contractor industry and around machine shops, and the welders were highly respected. It was really cool to go in behind into the welding room and put on a mask and watch these guys, and they would educate me, even though I did not ever weld. It was interesting to watch. And then I also learned a little bit about ultrasonic welds, or at least welding that had to pass underwater, looking for integrity of the weld through using ultrasound in water. And that was a military contractor that needed to pass, particularly the Sparrow missile program. When doing the welds on the casing of the missile, the welds, we had to take those welds over to another building to pass ultrasonic inspection. Hey Matt, what's up? What's up, Doc? I need to get a carrot and do this and chew on it. What's up, Doc? Yep. Yeah, pretty high tolerance when it come to welding. And when I was building, you'll appreciate this, Joe, being from Puerto Rico. I was building a Mitsubishi, turbocharging a Mitsubishi, and that was my first experience with turbochargers. And so I learned about TIG and MIG welding, and had both done on the car, but I preferred TIG welding for the stainless steel that I used for the charge piping and the exhaust and the manifold. So it was pretty interesting to learn about that and to see the work, the beautiful TIG welds that. Oh, beautiful, Matt. What is that? I can't see it very well on my screen. What is your profile there? Your profile picture. Let me click on your channel and I can see it better. Oh, there you are, Matt. Hoorah. You've got a what organization hat is that, Matt? Is that some veteran VA, or I mean what do you call that? American Legion or something? You use 6010 stick welds. That is 6010. Is that stainless or is that chromoly or wait? What's 6061? I'm thinking of 6061. American Legion. Okay, I figured, Matt. Yeah, 6061 is chromoly, isn't it? I'm remembering the bicycle frame. 6061 aluminum. That was aluminum. 661. Chronotron is the welding rod that's red. Gosh, you know, you could educate me on everything about welding, but I remember just some of the nomenclature for the different metals. Gustav Mac, do you want to analyze my video in live? I changed my MT video to create commons to no copyright. Are you sure you're a Portuguese speaker? That's a very well put together English sentence. Do you can look in your YouTube studio and see if it created any copyright notifications. Look under your YouTube studio and you can they will either flag it as copyright or no issues. Would I buy land on Black Warrior River? Of course, yeah, I understood that very well. Except in live, what did you mean? Analyze my video live. What did you mean? Just watch the video on YouTube? What video? You said, do you want to analyze my video in live? I'm asking about that comment. Trying to understand more about that comment. What did you use the 6061 welding rod for, Joe? To weld what type of metal? Unless he's using Google Translate. You can also, as Girl said, you also have the ability to edit your videos if YouTube finds any copyright issues. It gives you options. You just click on your choices and it will tell you what you can do. You can mute it, you can replace it, or you can delete it. Oh, high carbon steel pipes. Okay, gotcha. For your oil piping. Is that correct? So is that a type of, is that just called stick welding, or is that MIG welding to weld steel? You're using MIG, correct? Is that right? Welcome back, Louise. See, even Girl in the Mirror, she speaks English, and she speaks English well. But they will say they don't speak English very well, but they do. They were taught in elementary school, so. But they don't use English, very often in the Philippines. So if you don't use it, you lose it. Yes. Cool. Yeah, good old inspectors. You got to pass those inspectors. Yeah, I worked with inspectors. I moved your part. I would move your job to another station, to the inspection station, where I was a dispatcher. I was the manufacturing dispatcher. So I would either move your work to the inspection station, or the inspectors would come to your work and inspect it. And I was the paperwork, part of your job. I followed your work through the process on paper. Which part? Sorry, I'm losing your conversation, Louise. What part are you trying to understand? That's cool. I didn't realize that. I didn't know they did a twist. They put it in a jig, and then they apply pressure, lateral torque, see if it'll hold. Wow, good stuff. Yep, I got to be exposed to the nomenclature, the vocabulary in the manufacturing process. They use jigs all the time, either manually, doing work on parts, or they were using CNC mills and using jigs to hold the part while they drilled, or the machine did its magic. Oh, I got you. The best thing is let YouTube produce your video, upload it to YouTube, and then YouTube will analyze it and tell you if it has any copyright issues. That is the best. And we can also watch your videos on your channel, Louise, and come up with suggestions or critique. So you produced your video on YouTube, and YouTube said no copyright. Yeah, no copyright. Oh, well, good. Let me sorry. Let me go to your channel, Louise. And oh, you're a young man. I was automatically assuming, Gusta, that you were older. ¿Cuántos años tienes? That's in Spanish. How old are you? You look like you're about my son's age. Or you're like maybe younger, 17? 16. Ah, I guess 17. Yeah, yeah. My son, my youngest son, is 19. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, if it's your own material, it looks like you're using your own material. Yeah, or are you original music, or are you doing covers? Oh, I see. House of the Rising Sun. Okay, so you're doing covers. Yeah, yeah. And Joe, you're 67. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, I thought so. You're my older brother. I'm 62. And is that your brother or a friend that is accompanying you in the House of the Rising Sun? Yep. Yep, you understood? 62. I'm probably older than your father, Luis. Oh, that's nice, guys. I like you're doing two parts. That was beautiful. I give you a thumbs up. How many watch hours do you have? Do you know, Luis? You have over 1,000 subscribers. How many watch hours? Look in your YouTube studio under revenue. See how many watch hours you have. Yeah, it's difficult to have the correct studio for your music and have all the acoustics figured out. Yes, correct. To monetize. Yeah, you need 3,000 to 4,000 watch hours to become monetized now. House of the Rising Sun. You mean the name of the bar? I don't remember. I used to live in New Orleans. I don't remember seeing the House of the Rising Sun on Bourbon Street. Oh, you did? Why? What happened? Not enough production, not enough content. Yeah, you have to have 3,000 to 4,000 hours per year to stay monetized. Not easy. Oh, I see. Was that because you got demonetized because of copyright issues? Yeah, copyright. Gotcha. Yeah, that is always a concern. Yep. Well, I maybe one day you will become monetized again, and you can make a little bit of dinero, money. Let's see. Can you guys see this? Okay. Yeah, you can see that. Okay. Cool. I don't have my camera situated. Let's see. Take off. Give me one moment. Uno momento, por favor. Okay. Let's see if I can lower the camera. Oh, you know what? I can change the camera. Let's do that. To the webcam. Here we go. And I can always drop the camera down. Here. Oh, there we go. You guys can see a little bit of, I'll do a little bit of, see if I have to bring a little bit close. Ah, there we go. Okay. We'll do a little bit of off-topic card magic. How about that? Right? A regular deck of cards. Matter of fact, this is a pretty cool bicycle deck. As you can see, that's from Bicycle. They have a really nice case for the cards. Got this off of Amazon. Okay, let's see here. It's what? Military Preacher Magic Man? Lucifer! What's up? Welcome back. Okay, regular deck of cards, correct? Right? You agree? Looks like a regular deck of cards. Yeah? Right? Well, don't blink twice. Let me see if I can oh, you can't see this. I'm trying to so you guys can see what I'm doing here. So I'm not doing anything without you seeing. But remember, it's a regular deck of cards, correct? Right? Watch this. Right before you see if I can as much as I can. It's kind of hard to do. Watch this. It was a regular deck, but then now look. See that? Look. But if I do it one more time, it changes. Check that out. My gosh, what happened? Okay. Again, it's so hard to do on camera because I don't have the right, the right camera and the right setup. Oh, there we go. Hey, I can do it. I can do it on the table here. See if I can show my. Yeah, I can show a little bit on camera. A little bit this way. Mike's what? You whitewashed those cards, the credit score just went up. Let's see, I have one of those. I'm trying to get rid of the there's a Joker. We can leave the Joker in there. Where's that other card? Those instruction cards. I can't find it. Let's see. There's a Joker. Oh, wherever it is. Okay, how about this? Let's try this. I need two people, but I don't have two people. It's only myself. But here's what we're going to do. All right? Let's try this. I'm going to pretend like I'm two people. So I'm going to do two things, okay? I'm going to ask myself to cut the cards as close as I can to the middle of the deck. So I'm going to pull off like that much cards. Here, I'll do it this way. Like that much, okay? This is one person's deck, and this is the other person's deck, okay? That's the deck of my hand, all right? I'm going to have you pick a card out of your deck, all right? So we're going to pick any card, like that card right there, okay? And I'm going to show you, just so that we all know. Oh, it happens to be the Joker, okay? So your card is the Joker, okay? I'm going to pick a card out of my deck, but I'm not going to show you what my card is. Okay, and there's my card right there, all right? Now, I want you to cut your deck into two piles. Let's see. I'm trying to remember how the sequence of the events here. Okay, remember what your card is. We know what your card is. It's the Joker, all right? And I got to look at mine so that I know what my card is. All right? And then we're going to switch cards. You're going to give me your card. I'm going to give you my card, okay? But I can't look at your card and you can't look at my card, okay? So don't tell me what it is, all right? You're going to take my card and you're going to put it like somewhere in the middle of the deck. So you're going to cut it anywhere and you're going to put it right in the middle of the deck. Just like that. Let's put it over here so you can see it. Okay? Now I'm going to do the same thing with my deck. I'm going to take your card and I'm going to put it somewhere in the middle of my deck. So I'll put it like right there. Okay? And push it inside. There we go. So I got your card inside of my deck, and I've got my card inside of your deck. Correct? So now you're going to take your deck and you're going to cut it into two piles. So we're going to cut it into two piles like that. Let me put it over here so you can see it better. There we go. And then you're going to take both piles and you're going to turn it face up. So you're going to turn both piles face up, just like that. All right? Then I'm going to take one of the piles. I'm going to have you choose which one. Do you want this pile, the 6, or the queen? Somebody tell me, which one do you want me to use first? The queen or the 6? Which pile? This one or this one? Anybody, tell me which one, the queen or the 6? There's a delay in the typing. So the queen. Okay, let's take the queen. I'm going to take the queen pile and I'm going to put it on top, just like that. Okay? Okay, Mike says the queen also. Daniel says the queen. Everybody says the queen. And I'm going to take the 6, I'm going to put it on the bottom like that. Here, I'll make sure you guys can see this. All right? So these two are face up and this part is face down. Correct? I'm going to push everything together. I'm going to square it up, just like that, okay? And now I'm going to tell you what my card is. In Magic, we normally don't tell each other, but I'm going to tell you. Yours was the Joker. Mine was the, oh my gosh, I'm going to forget. It was the King of Spades. Oh my gosh, I'm going to ruin my own trick. But I believe, if I remember correctly, it was the King or the Queen of Spades. King of Spades. I believe it was the King of Spades. Okay, and yours was the Joker, correct? Well, watch this. Remember, the deck was one part of the cards were face up and the middle part was face down? Well, watch. Let's see if I can do this on the camera. Look at this. There's one card there. Wait, let's push this one out of the way. And there's that card I was looking for earlier that I don't want in there. That's the instruction card there. And then there's another card. Oh, that one's face down also. And the rest of the cards are back the way they were. But what are these two cards that I missed? What was your card again? The Joker? And you know what? I was incorrect. My card was the 9 of hearts, and I hate to say this, but that was my card. I forgot what my card was. And that's the... Leave it to me to ruin my own trick, but my card was the 9 of hearts, yours was the Joker. But the rest of the deck ended up turning out the way it was originally. So I ruined my own... I ruined the result of that trick, but the effect is your card and my card end up the only cards face up at the very end, and the rest of the cards are, or face down, and the rest of the cards are face up. Anyway, what was that? Ambot sa imo dak? And what does that mean in Tagalog, girl? Here, let me leave the keyboard, and I'll do another one here. Yeah, can I do it again? Sure. Dan, we'll try this again to see if I can get it right this time. A magician normally doesn't repeat his tricks twice, but I can do this one. No problem. Okay, it's a standard bicycle deck, as you can see. It's a prestige. This is the case that it comes with. The cards are they're plastic. They're not paper like normal deck. I got them off of Amazon. Okay. So, normal deck of cards, and the effect is, I normally have 2 people, but I'm doing this on camera, so I have to improvise because I don't have 2 people. I'm going to ask you to cut the cards as close as you can to the center of the deck. So right about there. Divide it in 2. Okay? This will be your deck, and this is going to be my deck. Got it? I'm going to ask you to pick a card out of your deck. So I'm going to do the part for you because you're not here. All right? They're watching my TikTok. I didn't know I have a TikTok. Oh, anyways. So, I'm going to pick any random card. Let's just pick this one right there. Okay? And I'm going to show you what it is so we can see at the end together. Right? So your card... Oh, look at that. It's the Joker again. What did I pick before? It was the Joker, wasn't it? This is the colored Joker. Oh, my trick. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. So, your card's going to be the Joker. All right? Just remember that. The Joker. The colored Joker. Right? The colored Joker. Yep. And I'm going to do the same. I'm going to pick a card out of my deck. Here, I'm not going to show you what mine is. Okay, got it. Now we're going to switch cards. I'm going to give you my card, and I'm going to take your card. But you can't look at my card, and I can't look at your card. Okay, that'll ruin the trick. Okay? Just remember what your card was. That was the colored Joker, right? That right? So, I'm going to ask you to take my card. Here, I'm going to put this aside here real quick. I'm going to take my card and put it inside of your deck anywhere. Just random, place it in the middle somewhere. Okay? And I'm going to do the same. I'm going to do the same with my deck. I'm going to take your card without looking at it and slip it into the middle over here. There we go. Got it? The same. So my card's inside of your deck. Your card's inside of my deck. All right? Remember what your card was. Now, I'm going to ask you to take your pile, and put it in the camera here, and cut it into 2 piles. So you cut it into 2 piles. And then turn both piles face up. Okay? So you're going to take the whole pile, everything, and turn it face up. And take the other pile and do the same. Turn it face up. Got it? Which one do you want me to work with first? The ace or the jack? Tell me which one. The ace or the jack? Pick one. Oh, your card was the queen. The ace. Okay, we'll go with Mike. Mike says use the ace first. So I'm going to put this pile on top of my deck, like right up there, like that. Okay? And I'm going to take the jack pile and put it on the bottom, like that. Keep it in the camera there. Got it? So we're going to push them together so it's nice and squared up. Got it? So about one half of the deck is face up and the middle part of the deck is face down. Right? Your card, now we're going to reveal each other's card. We already know your card was the jack, the colored jack. Mine was the 7 of hearts. We don't normally do this in Magic, you know, where we show each other our cards. But in this trick, I'm going to tell you my card was the 7 of hearts. So your card we already know is the jack. Correct? Now watch. Watch closely. Look. Oh, I missed one. Oh, there's another one I missed. And all the cards are back the same way, except for 2 cards. Wonder what those 2 cards are, right, guys? Let's find out. What was your card again? The jack, the colored jack, right? And mine was the 7 of hearts. Voila. And again, all the rest of the cards are back. Except for your card and my card. Okay. Correct, Daniel. Your card was the colored joker. So let's cut the cards a little bit here, mix the cards back up. And there's one more. This one's pretty cool. I'll do one more for you guys. Okay? Who wants another one? Who wants to see another one? Okay. They're all back to normal, right? Pretty much. They're all mixed up, wouldn't you say? Yeah, you want to see another one, Mike? So again, the cards they look pretty normal. Yeah? Or wait a minute, don't say that too quickly because they're not normal anymore. What the heck? What's going on here? Okay, one more. Let's see. What is this next one? Let's see if I can remember how to do this here. Okay, this is another pick a card, any card. So we're going to do this together. All right, let's just pick this one. And we know what it is. Jack of Diamonds. Okay? And now I'm going to, this is called rifling through the deck. When you do this, rifling. So I'm going to rifle through the deck and you tell me to stop. So we're going to do this together. Stop. Doesn't matter where I stop. Put the Jack of Diamonds back on top, right? Put the rest of the deck on top. I would normally ask you to place your hands out flat so I can use them like a table. But I can't do that on camera. So we're going to use the table here for that. I'm going to cut the deck like once, twice, 3 times. Okay? And then I'm going to continue shuffling them. And I'm going to shuffle them one more time. This is a bizarre shuffle. You've probably never seen this kind of shuffle before, where you just mix the cards around randomly every which way. Some here, some there. Oh, I just dropped one. Excuse me here. There we go. And just continue doing that, mixing them all up. Okay? Pretty bizarre shuffle. Do you know what kind of shuffle that's called? That's called the Mexican shuffle. You know why they call it the Mexican shuffle? Because it was one revolution after the other. Badoom, psh, that was a joke. Okay, never mind. You remember the Revolutionary, all the Revolutionary Wars that Mexico had with the United, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, one revolution after the other, remember? Okay, it's supposed to be funny. So, as you can see, and as you saw, the cards are all mixed up. Some are face up, some are face down. Some should even be back to back. Somewhere in here, they're back, there they are. They're back to back. Get it? So, all mixed up. You agree? So let's review this real quick. I had you pick a card. It was the Jack of Diamonds, correct? You put the card back inside. I cut the cards 3 times. I shuffled them overhand like this. And then I did the Mexican shuffle where I flipped the cards around, some face up, some face down, and some were even back to back. Correct? Cards are definitely mixed up. Would you agree? Mike? Girl, the rest of you, all mixed up. I would think so. At least it looked like it. They were all messed up. Well, don't blink, because watch. OMG. One card is back the wrong way. And it happened to be the Jack of Diamonds. And the crowd goes wild. Isn't that crazy? This was actually shown to me, true story. I was still in junior high school. I must have been, no, it wasn't the Queen of Hearts, dear. It was the Queen of Diamonds. So I was in junior high school. I must have been 13, 14 years old still. Probably 14, in 9th grade. I had a partner. His name was Jeff. I forget Jeff's last name. And I think it was Jeff, heard about a class, a magic class, that was being given downtown San Diego at the Magicians Club of San Diego. And it cost like $10. Of course, I didn't have any money. My mom gave me $10, and I think my mother drove us down to downtown San Diego, and we attended this magic shop for I don't know how long, 2 hours or something. And we had a professional magician give the class, and of course, card magic was part of the presentation, and he taught 2 different, I think it was 2 tricks at the time. And one of them was the Mexican shuffle. And that trick that you saw was one of the presentations that he taught us. And we were just floored, like, oh my gosh, did you see that? What in the world? So he taught us, of course, the trick. It's quite involved. It's not a really simple, straightforward trick that anybody can do. It takes practice to learn all of the, they call them sleights, or sleight of hand, that is required to perform that trick. But when you get it down, it's really impressive. As you saw, it's like, what in the world? How could all those cards, that were all flipped over back and forth, rearrange themselves back normal, and only one card remained the opposite, and it happened to be your card. Isn't that crazy? So it's a great effect, as you saw. But it requires, let's see, one. When I cut the cards, that something you didn't see, it was involved there. That was 1. And then when I did the overhand shuffle, that required another sleight. That was 2. And then the Mexican shuffle, that is actually very deceiving. That's the 3rd. And then one more. That was number 4. And because of those 4 sleights that I did, I was able to get the cards all back to normal. and only have one card in the middle remain face up, and that card was your card. Isn't that something? Quote Girl! Welcome. You came in at the in the middle, actually, an hour and 36 minutes into the live stream. But I haven't been doing magic the whole time. We've been talking and just sharing random emergency medicine, military, and the Word of God is normally what this live stream is all about. But every once in a while, I'll break out my cards and I'll do something for you guys. So I hope you enjoyed it. Steve, you didn't see anything yet. Okay, let me see if I can do one more. Let's see here. Here we go. What was that card that we just, the Jack of Hearts? Was it Jack of Diamonds? Was it the Jack of Diamonds? Whatever. So if we take the Jack of Diamonds, we can, let's see here if I can do this here. Take the Jack of Diamonds. Oh! Now I wish I could do more with that, but I just happen to know that, so. Pretty cool, huh? Another way to make the crowd go wild here. Hardly. Oh! I'm watching myself on the other screen. That looked kind of cool. Oh my. Steve! Yo! Okay, let me put it back down here so you can see the desk. And maybe... Let's see here. Maybe I can show another one here. It's kind of hard. It's very difficult to get this presentation correct, but let's see if I can... Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Dun, dun, baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet. Oh my gosh, blast from the past. Right, Joe? Okay, I showed before, these really are. These are right from Amazon. It's a normal poker deck, or yeah, poker deck. There's two types of decks, if you didn't know. There's a bridge deck and there's a poker deck. A poker deck is wider. This is a poker deck. Very wide. As a matter, I know that because it barely fits between my two fingers, and if it wasn't so wide I'd perform something for you, but I can't. I'll make a mess. But this is a poker deck, and then a bridge deck is like an example. That white border is cut off and it's much more narrow, a little easier to manipulate with my hand. But anyhow, it's just a little bit of FYI, a bridge deck and a poker deck. Okay, so again, this is just a poker deck right from Amazon. It's a bicycle deck. Came with a pretty cool case. Good old bicycle. It's a prestige deck. Came in a nice hard cardboard case. Cards fit right inside there. Voila. Pretty cool, huh? I don't know. Cost another $5 more than what a standard deck, you know, the standard cellophane, what is it called? Hermetically sealed deck. Anyway, so yes, it's a normal, it's not, they're not marked, it's not a magic deck, it's not a shaved deck. There's different types of magic decks. One of them is called a shaved deck. Another one is a marked deck, where somewhere on the back it's marked, so I can actually tell what card it is before I look at it. But then again, on that note, you can take any card, for instance, the bottom cards, the 7 of diamonds, okay? 7 of diamonds, right? And you can place that on top. And even if you don't, even if they're not marked, you can shuffle cards, okay? And shuffle them again, whoop, and drop them as well. And then the top card still remains the 7 of diamonds. See, you can do that, you know, when you start learning how to manipulate cards and throw cards around on the deck, on the table like I'm doing. You want to see that again? 7 of diamonds, right? Shuffle, give them a good overhand shuffle and throw them around like I'm doing, and give them another shuffle, just like that. The top card always remains the 7 of diamonds. Isn't that cool? You know, that's not even a card magic, but it's just, I guess it is, you know, is you learn how to manipulate cards so that you can keep track of them. So I'm teaching you a little bit of magic, but I'm not revealing any tricks. And that is, I can keep the location of a card. I really don't even need to know what it is. For instance, like I'm gonna literally show you the card and turn my back. I won't even know what it is. Let me see where the camera is. There it is. Okay, I'm gonna turn my head. You guys see it? Okay. Put that back on top of the deck. I really don't need to know what it is. All I need to know is where it is. So as long as I can shuffle it and shuffle it again. Was that the card that I showed in the camera? I literally didn't look. I just showed you. So the point is, I don't need to know what it is. I just need to know where it is. So as long as I can keep track of where it is, then I can do a lot of things with, you know, with card magic. You know, you can bring that card, the 9 of diamonds, to the bottom of the deck just by doing an overhand shuffle like that. See there? 9 of diamonds. And then this is what I did. Yeah, you just shuffle the cards again and bring the card right back to the top. See there? It's just a matter of controlling the deck. And these are plastic. They're not as pliable as a card deck. A paper deck, that is. These are literally made out of plastic. So pretty cool, huh? Or here's that last sleight of, here, let me show you, Steve, since you didn't see it before. I'll do it again. See if I can do this just as well as I did before. I don't have 2 people, so I'm going to be the second person and talk to you at the same time and try to get you involved as if you were the second person. I have no choice. I'm by myself here. Okay, let's just pick any random card and show you what it is so we know at the end that it was the correct card, the 9 of spades. All right? And this is called rifling through the deck. When anybody does this, it's called rifling. I always known it as riffling the deck, but correctly it's rifling the deck, okay? So what I would do is I'd have you tell me when to stop, and it's hard for you to do this because there's a 10-second delay between your post and my question or my request. So I'm going to stop anywhere, just randomly. Take the 9 of spades and put it back in the deck, and take the rest of the deck, here it is, put it on top. At this point, I would be having you open your hands up so I could use them like a table, so I could place the cards on top of your hands, but I'm going to use the desk in this case. So at this point, I'm going to cut the cards once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, okay? And then shuffle the cards up. Remember that overhand shuffle that I showed you before? And then I'm going to do one more shuffle, and this is a weird, bizarre shuffle. It's called the Mexican shuffle. You know why they call this? Check this out. Tell me if you've ever seen somebody. In Vegas, when they take the cards and they put them on the table and they mix them all and they wash them together, that's called a wash. But this is similar but different. But it's called the Mexican shuffle. You know why it's called the Mexican shuffle? It's one revolution after the other. Okay, that was a joke. Never mind. So, just to show you that yes, they are mixed up. Some are face up, some should be face down, and again, some should even be back to back somewhere in here. These plastic cards don't behave very well because they are. Some are even back to back. Got it? So again, just to review, we picked the card, and the card was, I can't even remember what it was. Come on, guys, help me out. What was it? Whatever that card was. What was it? I literally don't remember what the card was. 9 of spades? What was it? Jack? Anyways, so we picked a card, and I rifled through the deck. I randomly picked a spot to stop. I put the card back in the middle of the deck. I put the cards back on top. I took the cards and I did an overhand shuffle, right? Oh, no. I cut the deck 4 times. That's right. I cut the deck 4 times, and then I did an overhand shuffle, and we did this to the cards. And then after that, I did the Mexican shuffle, where I mixed the cards all wacky. Right? Yeah, it was the 9. Okay. So, and then I showed you they were indeed mixed up by showing you some cards are face up, some are face down, and there was even 2 that were back to back. Or however many were, but those 2 were back to back. So all mixed up, right? And the original card was the 9. The 9 of, I think, spades, whatever. Well, lo and behold, good old magic at its best. When you spread the cards out, you notice they're all back the way they were originally. Oh, wait. What was that? There's one card there I missed. And the rest of them are all back. And lo and behold, what do you think that one card is? 9 of spades. Yep. Ain't that something? There we go. Once again, all the other cards are back the way they were originally were. What in the world? How can that happen? Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, I know. Ain't that something? So, but I taught you one of the sleights in that performance. And that was the overhand shuffle. Remember what I did? I was able to locate the card, keep the location of the card. Yes, I did do that with the 9 of spades. But again, how in the heck did I know where it was? Well, obviously I kept track of where it was through the whole performance till the very end. And it's just a matter of learning. How do you keep the location of one card? And through everything that I did, I was able to maintain where this was. I didn't even need to know what it was. I just knew where it was. Isn't that cool? So even during the part where I cut the cards 4 times like this, I literally was cutting them, just like you see in the camera. Just like that. But I was keeping track of where it was. Okay, and then after that, I did the overhand shuffle. Remember that? Well, I kept track of where the 9 was when I did that. And then after that, the bizarre shuffle, the back-to-back, every which way shuffle, the Mexican shuffle. That is weird, but it's an illusion of what is actually happening. It really looks like, and they're all mixed up. But I'm not going to reveal, how the rest of the cards got all back to normal, at the very end. Because if I showed you everything, then it wouldn't be magic anymore, right? And as you know, magic is not magic. It's sleight of hand and so on and so forth. Alrighty, girl. Have fun doing your studio and taking care of all your copyright dilemmas on your videos. So yeah, that was the illusion, I'll call it, card magic that this professional magician taught us when I was 14, 15 years old in downtown San Diego. Gosh, what year would that be? If I was 14, that was 1978. Yeah, 1978. And a bunch of us kids went downtown, paid $10 or so to see this professional magician give a tutorial, a class. And that was one of the tricks that he taught us. And that was just jaw-dropping at the time. We were just like, what? And then he proceeded to show us step by step. And then after he was done teaching, we had an opportunity to perform to each other. We could either practice those tricks that he showed us, or we could also show each other what we knew. And then we would exchange secrets, something I haven't seen before, like I would be totally blown away. And then that magician, that young teenager was teaching me, what the secret was to his and vice versa. And so it was like a 2-hour opportunity to learn. So you know what? And I'll tell you the truth. Do I still do magic? Well, obviously I know some of the past, and I'm not very impressive, but the magicians today are literally mind-blowing. I can't follow, and I give up after a while. I'm just like, I have no idea, and I'm giggling like a kid on my couch, just going, that is so good. It's like, I don't want to know how he did it. I just sit back and get entertained. It's jaw-dropping what these guys are doing today, and girls. They're just so impressive. Ain't that something? So there, you all may know of some card magic of your own. You know, at one time or another, you were taught by somebody, and there's a lot of impressive card magic. I mean, endless card magic. Some card magic works on its own. Some of them are mathematical. You know, they all work with numbers. You end up putting them in rows. You've probably seen these before. And then you have somebody pick a card. Actually, there's like, 3 rows. I'm not going to do it. I probably can't even remember. But you'll see tricks like this, and then you pick a card and then you tell them what row it's in and you deal him back out again. Those are all mathematical. They all work just by numbers. And it's pretty impressive. Even so, those that work on their own, and all you have to do is learn it and the steps, to go through to make it work. But then there's other magic that involves some type of practice of sleight of hand, where you got to learn, how to keep location of a card, the different shuffles, and the manipulation of your hands, and so on and so forth. This that I'm doing is just called a sleight. It's more for visual. Or I'm sorry, I stand corrected. It's called a flourish. Boy, I used the wrong words. When people can do things like cutting the cards with one hand and or displaying the cards with one hand by spreading them, that wasn't a very good. These cards are plastic, when you're able to spread cards. It's called a flourish. Squirting the deck. And what the heck is squirting the deck? When you take the cards, and squirt them from one hand to another. And again, I'm trying to avoid making a mess, but it can be done much more flourishing than what I just did it, and people can really spread their hands out, far apart when doing that, and so on and so forth. So a little bit of magic, a little bit of for your information. So, what else, guys? What else do you want to see? Again, these cards are plastic, and I'm trying them for the first time because, as far as I know, I've only owned paper decks in the past, and I'm learning the pros and cons of using plastic. Plastic's pretty cool, but I'm already noticing some limitations with them. They don't handle as easy. You got to be really careful. They slide around quite a bit, which is nice. To have them slippery is nice with card magic, but these are pretty tough to handle. But they do stay cleaner, I guess. They don't pick up oil from your hands as quickly, and paper cards do, and they get old and sticky quite quick. Anyways, so a little bit of card magic thrown in the mix there. Okay, let me get the camera back up. All right. So, who's still here? Anybody? Nope. Looks like a lot of people kind of disappeared, but that's okay. Let me change the view here a bit. Uh-oh. Looks like I lost my battery on that camera. All right, well, we won't use that camera. Go back to the webcam, right? And change the battery in the other one. I think I can do that. That wasn't a very good charge. I'm starting to question now my charger, whether or not it's doing its job. It usually, these batteries normally last about 2.5 hours, and that one only lasted less than 2 hours. So, oh well. What to do, right? All right, that camera should be back up. Let's see. Let's see how it, oh, I guess if I turned it on. Boop. There it is. And a focus little press there. All right. And how about a background? Should I put a background up? What was it? The ambulance? There we go. Steve! What's up there, young man? Thanks for participating and being my my audience member. This definitely isn't Fool Us, but I do watch that. That's quite entertaining. Seeing these guys come on and fool Penn and Teller is quite entertaining. Yeah. Hey, speaking of music, what happened to the music? Is my audio still working? Yeah, I lost my music. Huh. I'm playing it right now and I don't hear it. Hold on a second. Let me make sure my audio is working. Test, test, test. Yep, audio's working. Test. Headphones. I don't have... Can't hear anything. Wonder what happened. Let me see here. Headphones. Did I unplug? Oh, I did. That's why. Uh-huh. I don't have any audio. Actually, I do have audio. It's the audio from my camera or my webcam. Okay, there we go. We have music. Sorry, you guys could hear the music. I just couldn't because my headphones were unplugged. Steve! Oh, was it great? Well, God is good. Yeah, I have a... here, I'll share it with you, if I may. I've got a video of me doing... boy, a classic, what they call a parlor magic. Excuse me a second. The heck happened to the, there it is. Oh. Close-up magic is what you just saw. That's performed right there on the spot, right in front of you, in your face, as they say. And then as you get further and further away from the audience, they have different names for those types of stage or presentations. There's close-up magic. And then as you step away from the audience, away from the table, just within, I don't know, arm's reach or more, it's called parlor, where you're actually maybe in an audience and the person is standing at a table or a podium in front of you. That's parlor magic. And then as they get up on a stage and you're actually in an audience, like in a theater, that's called stage magic. So this particular type of magic is parlor magic. And I've got a video where I've performed it on camera before. It's kind of difficult. I don't have, cameras set up properly and the angle, pointing at me so it covers my whole body. And it's hard to get all that set up at a moment's notice. But I have a video of me doing that particular parlor magic, and see if I can share it with you guys. Let's see here. What would it be? Under shorts? It might be under my shorts. Let's see if I can pull it up here. I don't even know if it's a minute long or... Oh, there it is. There it is. French drop, billiard balls. Okay. Again, I'm a nobody, so don't expect too much. But I'll share this with you. Let me get that music muted there for a second. All right, this is called multiplying billiard balls, and this was this took quite a length of time to learn and practice, using various size billiard balls, starting out small, probably less than an inch, and then graduating over the years to bigger. And then I believe what I'm using today, or in this video, is the largest that they produce, inch and a quarter, I think, or inch and a half, something like that. But it's all determined on how big of a ball you can squeeze between your fingers. And so, yeah, that has limitations. So let me share that one with you real quick. All right. Let's see here if I can make full screen and get me out of the picture. Here we go. You ready? And again, this format is just the format that I'm using, but we'll see what.
You know. Oh, you like the dog in the picture? That is my daughter's dog. So how many? 1, 2, 3, right? One, two, three, four. Take one away, right? Oh. Take the third one, put it down here, right? Oh, 2. There it is. Put that in my pocket, right? Well, it was in my pocket, and now it's in my hand, or is it? Take that one, put it down there. So there's 2, right? Put that one away.
You see? So it's always the family unit comes from the father.
How did that video switch? What did I do? wait.
know.
Go to the very end again.
So there's 2, right?
There we go. Maybe it finished and it jumped to the other video. Yeah, that's what it did.
Put that one away.
You see? So it's always...
Yeah, so anyhow, that was the multiplying billiard balls. There is palming involved. Yes, in that trick. Absolutely. Not just palming, but yes, there is. That's required. Yeah, good old palming, right? Maybe I'll do some, speaking of palming, I'll do some coin magic. Quite a bit of palming and coin magic. And cigarette magic. I don't smoke, but there's some pretty impressive things. Basic, but impressive nonetheless. Basic sleights with coins and cigarettes and cards. Yeah, I'll have to play around with that as well. Yeah, there's so much. When I was, I was 12. Yeah, matter of fact. Hey, cool story, Mike. Real quick. Um, if you haven't heard this already, I know I've told this story before. I was 12 when I was either 12 or younger when I discovered, prestidigitation, a long word for magic. Um, when I became a prestidigitator, um, and then when I entered junior high school, a new school from elementary to junior high, uh, I was bringing my magic into, the classroom and getting in trouble, bringing my deck of cards and I was do everything other than work. Um, I discovered some other kids that were actually, was it a magic class? It might have been like a magic class. Don't quote me on that. That was given after school. And so I attended and then met some other kids, magicians and aspiring magicians. And then one of the kids was named Steve, and his last name is Wheeler, Steve Wheeler. And he was 12. He was same age as I was. And he had a partner. His name was John Fox. And John was an eighth grader, and Steve was a seventh grader. And I was in seventh grade. I was 12 years old, just, put it in perspective. And most of the other kids were seventh graders. So it was like 4 or 5 of us, including Steve and John. And they put on a magic club after school. And his mom, Steve's mom, was all part of this. She agreed, approved of it. And he would have kids over at his house after school and give a magic class. Him and John Fox would give a magic class. And his mom would make sandwiches and Kool-Aid for us. A true story. So I would get the okay from my mom. Hey, Mom, I'm going to be at Steve's house, magic class after school. Okay. And then, he would, I don't know, 2 hours or whatever it was of magic class. And we would have a lunch break and eat sandwiches and drink. And so that was when I met Steve Wheeler, was in 7th grade. If I was 12, that was 1974. And Steve was one of those kids way ahead of his time. He was doing sleight of hand. He was rolling a quarter back and forth on his knuckles and turning over the hand and running the corner back on his palm and then turning back and running the quarter back on top of his knuckles. And, in 7th grade. And he was teaching, what you saw on camera, that type of stuff. And he was working with animals already. He was making doves. He had his own dove aviary, a bird aviary in his backyard. He took me out there and showed me, and I was just like, oh my gosh, who are you? Yeah. And he had this like 20-foot long cage that his dad built with all chicken wired in. It was like 8 feet tall, and it was just full of beautiful doves of every color, white, gray, spotted, speckled, brown. And he would use those doves in his performances. He'd produce them and make them appear inside of, cookware and fly across the stage. And it was just incredible what he did at his age. He performed at Balboa Park in San Diego, if anybody that knows. It's a prestigious, historic part of San Diego by the San Diego Zoo. And his family would get him gigs up at Balboa Park at Casa del Prado, as a matter of fact, was the name of the building. And so I'm telling you a lot about Steve for a reason. So here, while I'm doing that, I'm gonna hold on, so I can add to this story. There it is. I'll share this with you as well. So, yeah, where is he now is the big question. So this is 1974, 75. I'm 12 years old. I meet Steve Wheeler. I went to his magic class. He taught me the French drop. It's a sleight of hand for, he taught me how to palm, at least the basics of palming and close-up magic and some parlor magic. And so I follow, of course, being in school with Steve. I went all through junior high. And then in high school, 10th grade, Steve started performing in the talent show. And this kid, no kidding, he was disassembling human bodies, putting the head down by the feet and the feet at the top and the torso, it just rearranging human beings on stage. He was levitating girls, beautiful models, off of the stage, up on stage in the auditorium, and he was making them disappear. He would pull the blanket, the whatever off of the girl, and she's levitated 15 feet off the stage. I mean, just like, just a beautiful performance. And he would whisk that cloth away, and the darn girl was gone. And we're just like, and of course he won the talent contest. So Steve took his magic into high school. And then after that, of course, we all kind of go our own paths and our own ways. And I eventually got married at a young age at 22 and became a daddy. And so on, I got my eldest just turned 40, 3 days ago, 22nd. And so, just give you an idea where my path went down. And I eventually, I ran out of money doing magic. It's quite costly. Steve, having the support of his dad, and he started creating his own illusions. He started building those. He started getting. You could buy the architectural blueprints for these illusions and build them yourself. Or if you were rich enough, you could buy them, and that was quite expensive, like outrageously expensive to purchase them. So he would build them. And I didn't have that support nor the money. So I eventually grew away from that after high school, and then started doing things like I do now, just remembering, some of the basic stuff that I was taught. And I'm now married at the time. I was married once before, not proud of that. As you know, it happens to the best of us. And with my two children at SeaWorld in San Diego. And we were at the Shamu show. And so we saw Shamu. It was night. We went in the evening on purpose. It was cooler during the summer. And so we watched the Shamu show, and we get up. Kids are still, one of them's still in a stroller, and the other one's walking. They're like 4 years apart. And so we're looking at the SeaWorld, map, and we're deciding what to do next. And I notice off to the side, there's a stage that isn't part of SeaWorld. It was like a mobile, presentation, a stage that they set up with the aluminum bleachers. And it said, Magic. Magic on Ice was the name of the performance. Magic on Ice. ICE. And I thought, whoa, never seen Magic on Ice. How's that going to go? What's that all about? So I go over to the stage, and we get seated, and the curtains are still drawn, and it's a mobile elevated 180 degree half circle with the curtains going around it, and the audience is starting to fill up the bleachers. And eventually time comes, and the lights go down and the lights go on, the stage lights go on, and this guy on a speaker comes on, and he says, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, introducing Steve Wheeler and Magic on Ice. And I went, what? Wait a minute. I went to school with a Steve Wheeler. No way. Could it be? and the curtains came open and the lights came on, and these skaters, these beautiful, female skaters, started doing their jumps and flips and twirls on this ice rink that was on this stage. And then out of the center, out of this group of girl skaters, they opened up and Steve Wheeler comes out on his ice skates and he stops. He does that skater stop and he presents himself. And then the show began. And this kid, this guy, this adult now, he's a handsome guy even when I knew him, and he's even more handsome up on stage. And he's got these, beautiful, beautiful entourage, around him. And he starts this Cirque du Soleil themed show, if you're familiar with Cirque du Soleil. And I was just my jaw just hit the floor. And I watched this performance, and it was just a magnificent, spectacular Las Vegas, quality performance with the beautiful lights and show, and he had, I think, Christy Yamaguchi, the gold medalist ice skater, was a guest skater, in his show, and I was like, unbelievable. Of all people, Steve would do this. He was way ahead of himself when he was 12. So guess who his general manager is to this day? Yep, John Fox. His sidekick, his partner, the 8th grader, the guy the older of the two, is his general manager. And I'll share with you his website. And of course, he's on Facebook. And the name of his website is wheelerproductions.com. And it is, well, as you can imagine, just unbelievable. Here's his, that didn't reload here. Let me go back here. Sorry, let me get the right screen up here. Steve Wheeler's Magic on Ice. Is this the correct one? X? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, this is Steve. And let me just play one of the actually, that's the storyboard. Okay, this isn't a video. But let's give you an idea of his show. That's Steve actually right smack in the middle. I don't know. Actually, are you reading his biography on Wikipedia or whatever? He did, didn't he? Didn't he get recognized by the San Diego Musicians Society or Magicians Society or something? Yeah, that's him. I read that as well. These are some of his pictures from his performance, from his show. Isn't this incredible? Some of his stage illusions and skaters. He performs all throughout the world. When just to finish my story while I'm showing you this, I told my wife, I said, honey, we got to go backstage. I've got to reunite with Steve. Oh my gosh, And I went back to the back behind the chain link fence, and there's a security guard back there, of course, and his trailer was in the back. And I told the security guard who I was, and how I knew him. And he smiled and said, hold on a second, don't go anywhere. And so he went back to the trailer, and oh yeah, he taught me magic. His mom fed me sandwiches and Kool-Aid after school. He used to teach me. So anyhow, isn't that something that, I would reunite with somebody that I had 7th grade memories of and high school talent show memories, and then to see what he's doing. So I spoke with him. He came out of his trailer and he recognized me and he's like, Gary. And I was like, Steve. And he's like, so what'd you think? And I went, oh my gosh, dude, you never stopped, did you? And he's like, nope, He said, that was my life. That was my life ever since, you came to my house. Yeah, it was something. So, and then he's told me, yeah, after this, I'm going to I'm Walt Disney World in Florida. And from there, who knows? He said, I've been in Taipei, Beijing, Indonesia, all over the world and done his shows. Yeah, ain't that something? Yeah, it was amazing. So, hey, another note. By the way, I went to Madison High School in San Diego, California. No, not Madison, Wisconsin. We get that all the time. Just the name of the high school was James Madison High School in San Diego, Claremont, San Diego, California, little suburb of San Diego. Yeah, so Steve went to my junior high, Hale, Mildred L. Hale, Hale, junior high. It's now a Christian church, as well as a K through 12 high school, elementary high school program. And yeah, definitely was his passion. Him and John, John was actually an employee at SeaWorld, and he was a mime. He used to mime in the audience. You've seen the mime, where he follows people around and they don't know he's behind him, and he's imitating the person. And then as soon as the audience starts giggling and laughing, the person walking turns around, and then the mime all of a sudden ignores him and starts, doing something else as if he was never there. Well, John used to do that, and he rode a unicycle. Actually, I rode on John's shoulders when I was over at Steve's house one day. John tells me to get on his shoulders. I was like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? He's like, dude, just hang on. Don't worry. And next thing you know, he gets his unicycle underneath him, and he's riding along the street with me on his shoulders. And then he's instructing me how to get off of his shoulders without hurting myself. He says, I'm going to step off the unicycle. I'm going to bend down, and you're just going to come right down and get onto your feet and just run right off my shoulders onto the street. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, you're nuts. He goes, don't worry. It's going to work just like that. Just follow my instructions. So I did. And he's cruising along on his unicycle. I'm like 8 feet off the ground. And he's like, okay, here we go. Right now. And he steps off his unicycle. He goes down to his knees, and he leans forward, and I kind of fall forward, and I go right onto my feet, and I run right off his shoulders. Ooh, excuse me. I'm getting over a respiratory illness, so I got a little bit of a rattly cough still. I tried to mute that, but I didn't catch that time. So anyhow, yeah, that was John. John was more like into the mime part of, like the circus act, and Steve did the magic. But then again, John used to be an instructor in that class, so I knew he did magic as well. But he ended up doing miming, and he was quite accomplished at it as well. Yeah, I was going to say, on that note, another person that went to James Madison High School in San Diego is another person you've all, matter of fact, the masses have, I'm sure, seen on television. And again, one of those, who would have known that somebody that was involved in the audiovisual club, the AV club in school, that had to do with the school newspaper and the video of the whole, it's kind of associated like along the lines of the drama class, but they were into the audiovisual and the news and the journalism and that part of school. Well, this kid was part of the AV club. I remember, I think he was junior high and high school, but I didn't know him personally. He wasn't like a close friend of mine. He was just a classmate in one of my classes. I forget which class it was. But then years later, even after Steve, I think I reunited with Steve, is when I saw this guy on the news. And I thought, oh my gosh, what? I think he was part of the AP, Associated Press. And then I saw him at the Trump rally when he was in 2016. interviewing President Trump. And I was like, oh my God. And Trump is calling him by name. Go ahead. I'll give you a clue. His first name, and it's not a rank, is Major. Major. He's like, go ahead, Major. You know, it was his turn to ask the question to President Trump. And then the camera shifts to Major. And I was like, unbelievable. What? Who would have known, that from your school, I've got a professional magician, renowned magician, and I don't know if he's part of the Associated Press or CBS or whatever now, but let me bring up his name. But if you haven't already figured out, if it doesn't ring a bell, have you ever heard a guy named Major in the news, in journalism? And sure enough, I reunited with him on Facebook, and so on and so forth. But you've probably seen this face before. Let me bring that up for you. This is awesome. Like, what? This guy? Yep. And he still looks the same. He's just the same age as I am. Major Garrett. You ever seen this face before? It's kind of small, I know, but you'll see him interviewing. Matter of fact, there he is. Full name, Major Elliott Garrett. Works as CBS chief Washington correspondent. Ain't that something? I know. Where did we go wrong? Exactly. Dude, on that note, here, I know. I say even more, or another story. Yeah. Yeah, there he is. God, it still looks the same. That's like a high school picture right there, but he's obviously older there. Yeah. Actually, that looks kind of modified. It looks like they got a lot of, yeah. Ain't that something? Oh, it's not changing here on the screen. I wonder why. Oh, there it goes. I guess it shows some of it, but if I click on a photo, yeah, it doesn't show the inset that I'm seeing. But yeah, listen for him. When you watch, the international news, or you see, CBS correspondents, or in the interview room when they're doing a press conference, with the president, watch for Major, or listen for his name. You'll hear it frequently. Yeah, yeah. Ain't that something? God, look at that. Look at that. This is when he was younger even. This is before he even grew old like we do. Let's see here. I think that's, yeah, this one. And there, he's even younger in that picture. Yeah. Oh, dang. Something else. So, yeah. And I have no idea where he is, if he's living, where he's living, or... Oh, no. Oh, I see some older pictures over here. Gray through and through. Ain't that something? That doesn't happen to us. Yeah, but other than that, I don't know of any other... I had quite a few... fatalities in my graduating class, even in junior high. I had one kid, he was a surfer, used to show up on his bike and his surfboard to gym class in junior high school. And then I got news, years in the 80s sometime, that he was killed down in Mexico or something. And then quite a few others. Suicide, motor vehicle accidents, so on and so forth. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's got hair even. Yeah, he's still got hair. Yeah, I got my hair from my mom. Yeah, I definitely got my set of dreads there from my mom. She definitely was the... sorry about the microphone. I just ripped my whole headset off. The reason for my head of hair was my mom. Yeah. My dad was more the um he, you blow on his hair with your breath, and his hair goes poof. He kept his hair, but it was super light. Like that's my brother got his genetics. He was the firstborn. And then I think my sisters and myself all kind of got my mom's side as far as hair goes. Yeah, we don't age. No. We just get better, right? But here, on that note, Mike, here, see, the truth, the word of God always gets interjected here in my live stream because it's just fitting. I mean, it's the truth. And when you know the truth makes you free. Not only that, but it seems like everything seems to fit to it. And on that note, speaking of is you mentioned, where did we go wrong, to be famous, etc. On that note, another quick story is I end up in Iraq, providing medical support with the Marines, and I meet our commanding officer. I wasn't part of their unit. I was a reservist who was literally taken my name out of a hat and placed me with a battalion, a Marine Corps battalion that needed support, needed corpsmen, needed medical support. And so I got assigned to the 123 Marines out of Houston, Texas. So I eventually meet my unit that I'm going to be going over there with. And I met my commanding officer. And his name was Commander Willis, Willis. And over in Iraq, when we're actually watching movies together, Commander Willis used to join us. Even though there's no fraternization, in the military, that went by the wayside. And Commander Willis came over and spent time with us in the evenings and would watch, these animated shows and just laugh and eat popcorn and drink soda with us. And so during that time with him, we all started pulling out our IDs and sharing how old we were because we all looked like we were in the same general age group. And it turned out most of us were in our 40s, except for one Filipino guy that was 26. But other than that, we were all in our 40s. And Commander Willis was, in all due respect to Commander Willis, just based on his genetics, if I were to guess, he was probably in his early 50s. He'd reached the 5 mark, and we hadn't. Well, come to find out, Commander wasn't any older than we were. And he was a neurosurgeon, a brain doc. And speaking of, where did we go wrong? It's like, oh my gosh, what's your story? And come to find out, he knew he was going to be a neurosurgeon when he was in high school, and he was already accumulating college credits towards his, medical program before he even left high school, and was being molded, in that direction way early. And he left his job in Bossier City, Louisiana, and don't quote me on this, but I believe he shared with us, he was making like $3 million annually as a neurosurgeon. And he took a cut in pay, volunteered his participation in the Iraq War with the battalion, and left his practice in Bossier City to make $500,000 as a whatever rank he was as a commissioned officer, 05, 06 or whatever. Yeah. And I was like, that just goes to show you that, when you got a passion or a commitment, towards something you love, it doesn't matter how much money you make. And so he left his practice, put it on hold, and came over to Iraq and spent 7 months out in the dirt, with us, and was our commanding officer, our chief surgeon, the guy to report to. So, yeah, on that note, even so, to be famous, we just fade away into history. Well, that prompted my thought process, and that is, well, if for those that believe that that's all there is, that this is all there is, then they fade into history as well, no different than us, and we didn't become, quote, famous, unquote, so there's really no difference between him and me and you, right? When it comes to that, here's what this is bringing me to. And I just was writing about it last night. And that is, and I'm going to grab the verse because of paraphrasing it doesn't do justice. But here's the question. Here's where that brings me to. And that is in Mark, the book of Mark, chapter 8, verse 36. All right? He says, and on that note of becoming famous, being a neurosurgeon, a renowned magician, whatever it is, a simple paramedic, a steel worker, a welder, a whatever your job is, right? What if, for what shall it profit a man? I'm going to insert those things, those professions that I just mentioned. The word itself says, for what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? So, for what shall it profit Steve Wheeler, Garrett, Major Garrett, Doc MacKay, Mike Wilbur, for what shall it profit us if we shall become a professional magician, a neurosurgeon making $3 million a year? You insert the profession and annual salary. What's it going to profit us if we gain all of that, but we lose our own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his own soul, for his soul? That's our own Creator asking us. So what's it going to profit you, Gary, Mike, Steve, Major? If you seem to do it all and become successful, unquote, but you don't know me, God talking, and you leave this earth before taking your last breath, and your soul goes into an eternity without me, what then? What good? What good was any of what you did if you end up being separated from me forever? And he said, people like to play the blame game and say, I don't want to have anything to do with a God that gives me that proposition. It's like, no, but there's more. He's given you an opportunity to do this again, to live again, to do this again. If it happened once, it's the way I look at it. We got here miraculously. We really are. It is pretty miraculous that we're where we are. We get to enjoy what we got, and that the earth is in a perfect place in the universe that we actually can survive on and have what we have and survive the way we're surviving. That really is a miracle when you think about it. And there's no other place like this. So, what are the chances that this might just happen again? That the designer that designed this universe, that has design written all over it. If there's a painting, there must be a painter. So if you've got design, there must be a designer. That's common sense. So this designer is saying, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to do this again. Because all I ask you to do is believe that I am who I am, and that I created you and everything that you see around you. He says, and if you believe, I'll give you a chance to do this again. When you take your last breath, you'll spend an eternity with me. And this time, it's going to be forever. How is that going to be? I couldn't begin to tell you. It doesn't really even make sense to me, because that's all I know is what I know today. I'm living a life of beginning and end. Yeah, and it's a miracle that any of us are still alive today. But then again, guess what? We're not going to be alive one day. Whether it's being blown up by ourselves or somebody else blowing us up, i.e. getting hit by a motor vehicle, or having a 60 or 80 millimeter mortar blow up next to you or near you. Doesn't have to be next to you. As I learned. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. For what is a man, for what shall it profit a man if he survives that 80 millimeter mortar and loses his own soul? You think you got lucky by surviving that 80 millimeter mortar? You don't want to spend eternity with me? How about a loved one? Is there a loved one you'd like to have seen again, or hope to see one day again? Or anybody, at that matter, that you would like to spend an eternity with? So, anyhow, so it would behoove you, if the person is still alive, to share with them how they can be sure that their soul's going to end up having an opportunity to do it again with you. And this time, forever. It's not going to be any grieving when the death of one of you comes. There's not going to be any death. Yeah, what a concept. So, yeah, absolutely. Well, here's the good point of this. That's what happens to us all. I lost my dad. I mean, the story goes on since the beginning. We've all lost somebody, or eventually will. People always ask, so what if I didn't know before what I know now, and that person that I loved, and spent my life with is already gone, and she never had the opportunity to know the truth either, to accept God as, his or her creator. What if they died already and they didn't get a chance? Well, for those not found in the book of life were cast into the lake of fire. And that sounds harsh. Like, how could you say that about, my loved one? Well, that takes too long, but don't worry about it. And the reason why is because if you get the opportunity to know the truth now, like right today, if you gave somebody the opportunity to share with you how you can know for sure, 100%, that if you were to die today, you would have another opportunity to do this again, but this time forever, and without any pain, suffering, grieving, tears, death. So if that's the case, when I come alive again, which I've been promised to do when I take my last breath, because I chose to believe, then those that I didn't get a chance to share the gospel with, the truth, the good news, they call it. That's what the gospel means, the good news. Those that I didn't get an opportunity to share with, you're not going to grieve about that. There's not going to be any of that. So however that's going to work, praise God that you're going to be able to, it's not even going to be part of your memory. Or if it is, somehow God's going to be able to turn that around and it's going to be all joy. Don't ask me how that's going to work. That you're going to experience joy over the death of a loved one. I don't know. But there's not going to be any pain or suffering or grieving. So whether or not you got to share the gospel with somebody, and you maybe you didn't even know it yet. And I'm raising my hand, I didn't know. Really, I didn't truly understand until 17 years ago. There's many people of my past that have came and went that I didn't get to share or even know yet. But am I going to remember them next time? Well, if I am, I'm not going to be grieving about it. There's not going to be any of that. So, you see where I'm, if that makes any sense? It's okay. It's okay. That's why the Word of God says, forgetting the past. And you do. You learn to forget those things. How do you do that? You end up replacing your thought process with something different, which keeps you on a track of moving forward and looking towards that moment. First and foremost, you take care of your eternity, like today. Just do it. Let somebody explain to you how you can be sure that when you take your last breath, you're going to get a chance to do this again with your Creator forever. Second time around. And then after that, the focus from that point on is sharing that good news with somebody else. So what's happened in the past is exactly that. It's the past. All right, it's done. We can't change that. So be it. Don't worry about it. Don't dwell on it. As you know, when that memory of a loved one comes back to you, what do we end up doing? Shedding tears, knot in my throat, my heart starts doing this. Right? It's like one of those, it's a good thing, the memory, but the tears, are like, they just tug at your heartstrings, and it's brutal to get through those times, even though it's already done and it's in the past. So you don't dwell on that stuff. Because if we do, we end up becoming bubbling boobies that are just a mess. Because we can't get over it. And how, pray tell, are you going to change if you end up talking about it and bringing up the past all the time? How are you going to get over it? And matter of fact, this program, I've mentioned it before, Reform is Unanimous. It's just an organized curriculum that helps you with that, whatever that is. I'm telling you, whatever. That's right. Yeah, that's right. I didn't even, I haven't even gotten there. I haven't even mentioned that yet. You're forgotten. Unless you're, like you said earlier, unless you were somebody, quote, famous, unquote, and then the media hangs on to you and keeps bringing you up every anniversary and telling the public, that Elvis Presley's birthday is coming up, and they start doing on montage of his life and bringing up, and they still sell his records and his name lives on, quote unquote. No, it doesn't. He's either in heaven or he's in hell. Period. And that's not God's fault. He's already suffered for you. He suffered everything that you could ever possibly imagine that a body can go through. Psychologically and physically. He went through it on purpose for you, in the place of you. So you don't have to go through that when you take your last breath and remain there for an eternity. Eternity is forever. It's not just a long time. So when you think about that, it's like, wait a minute, you mean I have an opportunity to avoid that? Yes, you do. God did what we couldn't do. He went through that. Not only did he survive, but he defeated the ultimate outcome of human flesh, and that is death. He did the supernatural. He came back to life. Can I do that? No. Can you? No. Can anybody? No. That's why God had to come to the earth. He loved us so much, he wanted to get us back. He wanted to give us an opportunity to accept him. He wasn't the one at fault. He was an innocent person, and they crucified him. And it had to happen. That was the reason why he came, to do what we couldn't do. He's the only one that could do what he did. And that was forgive and forget our sinful nature and to resurrect from the dead. Why? To give us an opportunity to do that. To be forgiven, all our sins forgotten as if they never happened, and to live again once we take our last breath. Praise God. I want in. I want a ticket. What do I got to do? And that's the big question. That's the most important question. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world, but lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? Mark 8:36-37. And then the answer is in John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he did what? He gave his only begotten Son, Jesus Christ. Why did he give him? Literally gave him up. For, that's the last part. For whosoever believeth in him, that's conditional. You got to believe, i.e., you got to understand. In order to believe, you need to understand what it is you're trying to believe in. Makes sense. So you have somebody explained so you can understand what it is, who he was and what he did. And then it's like you have the decision to make. Eternity is too long to be wrong. And I decided, you know what? That's an easy decision. Sounds like something I need to take care of. And so I did. And therefore, because of that, I'm going to have an opportunity to do it again. It's that simple. It really is. I've told my 40-year-old son that. He thinks I'm nuts. It's like, it ain't my words, son. That's a history book. And, and people will do their best to shoot down that statement. And it's like, so be it. That's their prerogative. God forbid. The saddest verse in the Bible, is Revelations 20:15. I said it already. For those not found in the book of life were cast into the lake of fire. Saddest verse in the Bible, right there. There you go. That's right. Yeah. Mike, if you haven't already, you're in You're in USA? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're in the USA. I have forgotten. I'm sorry I've forgotten. I think you've told me before. it would it would behoove anyone to go to reformu.com, the website, and punch in your zip code if you're in the USA and find out where there is a Reformers Unanimous near you. It's that simple. And if you're in the United States, more than likely there's one or more um, Reformers Unanimous ministries located near you. And it would behoove you to just go in on a Friday night at 7 p.m. and just check it out. Ask questions, be an observer, and get involved and make it your Friday night thing to do at 7 o'clock till 9 o'clock. That's about when they end, 7 to 9, 7 to 9:30. And it'll change your life. I mean, if you haven't already done this, if this is, redundant, then sorry, but really, it's interesting. It's jaw-dropping. It's crazy what I've learned in the last 17 years and continue to learn. It's part of my life. I can't help it. It's like I can't help but to listen what I listen to today. I can't help but to continue to read what I read and study. I can't help but talk about it. It's just, it makes the most sense out of what I live in and the world I live in and the universe that I'm in. It overwhelmingly, convincingly has convinced me. Let's say that again. It's overwhelmingly convinced me that it's the answer. And there's no two ways about it. And so, voila. And what I'm reading is, that's the basis behind what I see and what I know now. And it all fits together. The puzzle is complete. And what a gift I've been given for making the decision to accept it. Gosh. Yeah. Oh, so hoorah, Mike. Again, I'm sorry if I'm, saying something you already know. But then the message is for somebody else, that might be listening. Yeah, just, don't be afraid. The biggest thing for me when I was younger was, you mean like everything that I know is going to disappear, and all my interests and my, creature comforts are going to change, if I decide to believe in God. It's like, well, don't worry about that. Just add this to your quiver, of arrows and give it a shot. And you'll be pleasantly surprised on how it shifts your focus is all it does. And next thing you know, I'm speaking for myself. I became a sponge when it come to this information. I'm talking about, getting, journals such as Biblical Geology 101, or I've showed this before, Evolution, the Greatest Deception in Modern History. I know this background is eating this up. Evolution, the Greatest Deception in Modern History. And so on and so forth. Who would have known that I was going to get I'd be ordering this stuff, through creation.com website. I didn't foresee that. I had no idea what it was I was getting myself into. I really didn't. And now I just want to know more. It's like, it's incredible. I'm reading stuff that I never heard of before. How does Noah's flood explain the geological column? It's like, wait a minute. Isn't the geological column a evidence of millions of years? I believe that was in our textbook throughout school and college. It's like, wait, how does Noah's flood explain fossils in the geologic column? And I'm reading it going, this makes so much more sense. No wonder the Grand Canyon looks the way it does. No wonder, all these epiphanies all of a sudden. OMG, this makes totally so much more sense. That water laid down sedimentary layers, and why there's no biogenesis between those layers. It's like that. Maybe that's not the right word. I believe it is. Why there's no break between those layers, at least obvious, one layer becoming the other layer, as soil does normally over time. And not very much time does it take one layer to morph into another layer and all the things that happens between layers, that causes soil to mix one with the other. There you go. Well, not only the younger generation, though, Mike, as you know, it's us, the older generation, that are dying. It's not the younger generation that's, on a numbers percentage basis. I'm speaking from my job before. The majority of my job was not the younger generation. The majority of my job was the elder generation, because they're the ones that are dying. Those are the ones that are succumbing to, a seizure, coma, death. So not only is the word for the younger generation, I know where you're going with that, but it's like, no. The elder generation, they're the ones taking their last breath. More so than the younger generation. Yes, it can happen to any of us. I understand that. But you see where I'm going with this. And God forbid grandpa, grandma takes their last breath and never knew the truth. And it was that simple to just sit down with them and spend 20 minutes. I'm sharing my opportunity I had with my dad. At 73 years old. And who would have known that he died 6 years later, or was going to die 6 years later? Only God knew. But I got to share the truth with him, and it was the most joyous moment of my life, beyond any and everything that I've experienced. Yeah, even more so than my children being born. It was so much more in depth and so much more meaning to watch a sinner fall down on his knees and give his heart to Christ. Yeah, it was profound. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, that's how, and on that note, well, to those that believe, right? It's like all things work together for the good. People like to use that and take that verse out of context. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. They might say things such as what you just said, it's beautiful on the other side. It's all good. It's like, but no, the second part of that verse you missed. To those that love God. All things work together for the good, comma, to those that love God. To those called according to his purpose. Creed. CC. Creedence Clearwater Revival. CCR. What's up, Creed Carter? Doing well, better than I deserve. How about you, Mr. Carter? So, yeah, on that note, Mike, I was saying, and to elaborate on that is, what's it going to be like on that other side? Well, I'm going to get a chance to live again. I'm kind of familiar with that part, living. But living forever, I have no idea how that's going to work. It doesn't even make sense because all I know is death and dying. You know, what happens at the beginning and what happens at the end. But for neither of those two things to exist, well, at least the end to be missing, I couldn't tell you what's that going to be like. You know, how's that going to work? Oh, crew chief, Chinooks. Now, a Chinook didn't take me in to Iraq. A CH-53 did, but I'm familiar with Chinooks. Chinooks landed on my high school football field and set up all the, or it participated in setting up all the kiosks and tents on graduation day at my high school back in 1980. And then or in 79, it probably was before 1980. And the recruiters all set up on the football field behind their displays and attempted to, you know, reel us in. Yeah, a Chinook landed on our football field and literally, you know how everything needs to be clear on the ground if possible before those things or anything with propellers or, you know, land on the ground. Well, they forgot to secure the benches that the players sat on. And those metal benches uplifted and were thrown against the chain link fence. I remember watching that from a distance. I was like, whoa! They forgot to secure those things. My God. All right, Mike. Good night, brother. Yeah, it was awesome. Thanks for watching the quote entertainment unquote my attempt at being a prestidigitator again. Oh, you did, bro. That's awesome, dude. What a job. Good stuff. I would imagine that's going to take you to places wide and far. Yep. That's going to be a good ride, brother. Literally a good ride. I can anticipate that. I wasn't one, but I can already see, you know, what a broad program you're getting involved in. Yeah, awesome. That's cool. So what's your next stop? Do you got to do boot camp or you're already, no, you just signed your contract. So boot camp is next. Is that right? Yeah, in Missouri. Oh, be dang. Awesome. What, Missouri, is that Fort, where's that? I'm not going to look it up. Fort, I don't know. What's the fort in Missouri? Leonard. Well, good stuff. Wow. Do you have military in your family, Creed? I forget the conversation we've had before. Are you part of a military family or are you the first mom or dad in the military? Dad. Marines. Ah, awesome. Oh, that's cool. Ah, super. So the reason why I asked is so you're familiar with, you know, a little bit of the or a lot of bit of the military and having it around you and the talk and the so on and so forth. the structure and all that. That'll be really helpful. You'll have one up on a lot of some of the others that had no, like myself, had no military background in the family whatsoever. So it was all new. And if you remember, I was much older than, the average. I was twice the age of an average 18-year-old, literally 36 years old. But even then, it was a kick in the gut as far as, being in an unfamiliar territory and, making sure you're doing the right instead of the wrong. And, it was just, it was a whole new ball game. It was, especially at my age, it's like, holy crap. But it was cool. It was a fun ride, and nothing that I, even at 36 couldn't have handled. And thank God I was in the shape I was in, because it would have been a lot worse, if you're not in somewhat good shape. Oh yeah, it's all part of it. It's not because you're doing wrong. It's just because it's the way it is. It's the method of their madness. And I'm going to share this with you because I couldn't figure it out at first. I had no idea, why do they need to yell? And it's all part of, it's two things. It's being, knowing your job well. That might not be part of it, but you're going to be performing your job in every situation, whether it's peacetime, stressful times, whatever time. And so, and they want to be able to get you to, I'm sorry, the second part of that is they want to get you home alive, not in a box. And that can happen anywhere. As you know, you be stupid on the job, you can get yourself killed, just doing peacetime stuff, around aircraft. And you can be driving home, on base and get hit by another vehicle and you lose your life. So their whole purpose is doing your job well, like the best you've ever thought you could do it. And the second thing is getting you home. So if they can put you through or as much stress and strain and misery, and being able to do your job during and after all of this, all of that, then you're going to be, the more likelihood you're going to be able to get home safe is even more so than what it was before you could operate in any of those conditions. So they're going to yell and scream at you, and attention to detail is ultra because of that. They don't want you making mistakes. It's going to end up losing your life, whether you're doing your job during peacetime or whether you're doing your job, at war. It doesn't matter. It's loss of life is loss of life. And the more they can yell it and scream at you and make your life miserable and you be able to do your job, oh my gosh, you're going to be in the best shape of your life, being able to do your job like nobody else can do it. And you're going to be able to keep yourself safe during all that. And the numbers are going to say they're going to be able to get you home more often than not. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to, they weren't around me where I was. And in my job, I was medical. So I was pretty confined to my unit, back at the, back at medical, and I was just waiting for you guys to come to get your, immunizations and or physicals or treating you for whatever lumps, bumps, and bruises you got yourself in. But I wasn't assigned to an aviation unit, which in the Army or Air Force, I would imagine, they probably intermingled with each other. Marine Corps, such as who I served with over there, we were amongst the Marines, but I wasn't on an aircraft. I was on the ground. The corpsmen are on the ground. Then again, if I was part of a helicopter squadron, which I think I shared with you before, I had an opportunity to do, then I would be on not only in an aircraft and around an aviation unit, but I would be doing my job as a corpsman, as a medic. but I unfortunately didn't get all my things in a row soon enough for them to put me through school, and I missed out on that. So yeah, but as far as yeah, the short time I was in, the 8 years that I was in, everybody's kind of got the same goal, and that is what I just explained. They're just they're teaching you beyond what you've ever known about your job and making sure you do it well and safe. Why? To get you home. And getting you ready. Sorry, I forgot about readiness. And that is getting you ready to deploy. If there's ever a time when you're going to deploy, if that ever comes up again, you'll be ready. And what do you do when you deploy? You do your job, and they get you home. And that's the emphasis behind everything they do from the beginning, even boot camp. It's, and don't smile and laugh. I'm not going to tell you to do that, but take it as if it's just all part of what I already told you. And just let them get in your face. Let them make you feel and demean you. Don't take it personally. That's the worst thing you can do, is take it personally. Just let them do what they got to do. That's their job. Okay? That's their job. So let them do their job. Roll with the punches and get through the program and put yourself out there so the higher ups recognize that you're good to go. And they're going to be calling you into the office one day, not to get you in trouble. They're going to say, hey, we want to put you in charge of, and you're going to, hey, and we're going to increase your pay. You're like, yes, cha-ching. And they're going to praise you and, yeah, there you go. Well, you know where that came from? Oh my gosh. I wonder if that right there came from the Iraq story. When I was there, bro, that happened. Helicopter down, killed 30 people over in Iraq. I don't know if you heard that or not. I don't wonder if that's where that came from. But when I was over there and I got the phone call, the first time I got a chance to get on the phone and call my family and let them know I'm okay, because it was a Navy, I don't know if it was Marine Corps and Navy guys, corpsmen, that got killed on that helicopter. Yeah, 30 people. And I ended up having to call home and tell my family, hey guys, I'm okay. I wasn't one of them. But we heard that go down, at Fob Heat when we were there. And I'm like, that's when, we all started kind of, a big hush came upon us, and us kind of thinking, upon ourselves internally, damn, that could have been one of us. They were just flying from point A to point B, just like we did. And, on that CH-53 inserting into Iraq, we don't have any control of that. You just walk in the back of this giant ramp and sit down on the web seats and sweat like bullets while you're on the most incredible roller coaster ride, most sickening roller coaster ride you've ever been on. God. Yeah, I wonder if that 30 guys, that sounds right out of that. Matter of fact, if you just Googled it real quick, you'll bring it up. I looked it up, actually, in the recent past. I was curious about that. What really happened. And I think it was operator error on somebody's part. 30 killed helicopter, Iraq, 2004, 2005. Yeah, there it is. CH-53, 2005. Telling you, dude, January. I was there. Yep. Right after Christmas. I'm telling you, bro. There it is, 2005, Al Anbar, CH-53. See what happened. To an aviation accident which occurred on January 26, 2005. Gosh, I was there, bro. I was there from August 2004, the end of August, until April of 2005. Yep, in the middle of the desert, fob heat, when a United States Marine Corps CH-53 Super Stallion crashed while ferrying U.S. military personnel in the Al Anbar province of western Iraq near the town of Arutba. All 31 troops aboard the helicopter died in the crash, which made it the deadliest single incident for U.S. troops during the Iraq War. The accident took place while coalition forces were trying to secure the country ahead of the January 25 Iraqi parliamentary election. I participated in that election. We secured a rock factory, and there was only a couple guys working, so we had to ask. I guess our guys paid them, and they went home, paid, and we overtook their rock factory, and we made it our home for 4 days, while we provided security for this one election center. You know, where they got to dye their finger and leave their thumbprint, you know, on their election. You remember seeing that on the news? Yep, that was the time right there. Gosh, I was part of this. What happened? The cause of the crash was determined to be the pilots becoming disoriented when they flew into a sandstorm. Well, that doesn't really sound like, maybe that was just logistical error on somebody's part. But yeah, you were 1 year old. Imagine that. Yeah. Yeah, so they flew into a sandstorm. Yeah, what a bummer. Man, I wouldn't have, well, hindsight is, but yeah, I experienced, matter of fact, you'll, in that intro that I have in this one, matter of fact, let me show it again real quick. You'll see me in a sandstorm with the background all golden in the sunlight. That's sand, and I think I got my gaiter pulled around my mouth and my nose, and I'm taking a selfie that I'm not supposed to be taking. Here, I'll show it real quick. Where is it? Here it is. This intro here. It paused that, but you'll see me in the, it's hard to point out. I'll just verbally say it as I'm showing. Anyways, oh, in Grenada, did it kill him or did he survive? Isn't that a Chinook, the CH-46? Well, it was during that era where he survived. God, thank God. That, you know, that gives me EBGBs being on a helicopter. I was a flight paramedic on a fixed wing aircraft, and you know, the talk of becoming a helicopter paramedic, you know, was always like, you know, the talk, being in the business. But man, I hear too many accidents that happen, on these helicopters, and it's, I don't know, it's just frightening to, yeah, wow. Oh, it's a C Knight, the CH-46, a smaller Chinook. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I was saying that era that I was there was when the news, went wild, went viral with um, the troops not being adequately armored. You probably heard or remember that, where the Humvees, for example, were having to extra armor themselves, with do-it-yourself armor, steel plates. And yeah, that was, it wasn't, we didn't have those. That was another unit that was at the very end. 2 weeks before we left Iraq, the our fob started getting occupied by, the transition was starting to take place, and the oncoming Marine Corps unit was coming in, and other units were starting to come in. I'm not sure what their, what the logistics of that whole cycle was, but the Abrams came in, and that was pretty cool. We got to kind of get a tour of the Abrams, and the guys, bringing us up and down below and showing us the 155 shells, and just, showing us where their quarters were, where their uh, uh, where they survived, where their home was. That's what I was looking for. A lot of the time, in the tank, and we think we had it rough. Actually, we were spoiled when we were back at the fob. That was, where we actually had a bed or a cot to sleep on. Yep, that was the M1. Matter of fact, I built a climbing wall. One of my downtime things I took upon myself. I heard about, yes, let me answer that in a minute. Um, we, boredom was the biggest obstacle to overcome, which was a good thing, because that means the corpsmen, the medics weren't busy. You weren't hurt or sick. So we had nothing to do. And that's the morbid part of my job. I'm rubbing my hands together going, come on, I got to do something, which means, come on, get hurt, get sick, so I have something to do. And you think, whoa, that's gnarly. And it's like, hey, come on, that's my job. What do I do if you're not sick or injured? Yeah, unfortunately, that's why we're considered to be kind of, because we get off on that kind of stuff. That's what gives me adrenaline, is to stick needles in you to watch you pass out so I can treat you. Now I got something to treat. Not only did I give you an injection, but now you're unconscious. Woohoo! I know what to do for you. Lay him down, elevate his feet, give him some O2, breathe for him if he's not bleeding. Plug up the holes if you're bleeding. I know what to do. And give you transport. I can call in a helicopter. That's even getting better now. The call's getting even more involved. I get to not only call in a helicopter, but I get to watch them land, and I get to take them out there and help load them into the back. And while that helicopter's, still hot, and get all my crevices filled with dirt and sand when you take off. Yeah. So, back to what I was saying is, yeah, what was I was going to conclude with, so I built a climbing wall. I got word that somebody else was doing it at some other fob, and I was in the rock climbing circles for over 30 plus years. So, that was what kept me in good shape. That's the reason why I was able to hang with the big boys, the Marines, because of the shape I was in. Thank God I was in shape. That would have been brutal, even more brutal. But anyways, So I started getting plastic holds, indoor rock climbing gym holds sent to me by various distributors throughout the United States. I would email them and they would send it to my PO box over in Iraq, and I'd unbox these holds and have my family send Carbondo, gallon cans of Carbondo, which is the adhesive that you use to slather on the back of these plastic holds. Usually you bolt them on, but in this case, didn't have that ability. So we used adhesive, and Carbondo is known to be extremely strong. Matter of fact, it's even stronger than the cement that you're adhering it to in most cases. So while I was developing this climbing wall and I got it completed, at the end of the deployment, the M1 tanks were coming in, and they were parking in various wherever they could. And one of the places was, yes, thank God for that little hobby. That kept me busy for 7 months, literally, off and on. I was always, whenever I had time, I would go out to the outdoors and over to this cement wall that was already constructed. It was like 15 feet high and about 100 feet long. We think it was a stage. We couldn't quite figure out why they had a stage outside. Some purpose, entertainment. I'm not sure what they were doing out there. Storage, it didn't make sense. But there was a cement looking stage like foundation with a wall, a cement wall behind it, higher than the stage. Well, on the back of that stage, 15 feet high, 100 feet long, is where I slathered these rock climbing holds all over it from one end to the other. And the object wasn't climbing up, it was traversing across the whole thing, which can be very difficult to do is the longer you spend, So I made this 100-foot traverse wall. Well, anyways, back to the M1 tanks. They started parking, and they started parking in front of this wall. And that one picture of me, you'll see me up on the wall. Some other person took the picture. I asked them, hey, can you get a M1 tank in the picture and get the barrel of the tank in the picture too? Because the barrel, if you catch it, I can't freeze frame it for some reason. It says, what was the name of it? It was, oh my gosh, I'll have to look at it again. It's got a stenciled name, and they dubbed it the name of their tank. What was it called? But you'll see it in the video. See if I play this again. And I thought that was the coolest name for a tank. And so I said, try to get that in the photo as well, while I'm up on that wall, And so it was posed, it was staged, the photo was. So let's play it. So, yeah, it didn't show the name of the tank stenciled on the barrel was, oh my gosh, I got it somewhere. Is it in my Google Photos? Google Photos. Whoop. Oh, it was called, oh my gosh, starts with an M. It's a Spanish name. Montezuma's? Wait, not Montezuma's. I'm scrolling. Oh. Am I? No. Well, I'll keep looking for it while I'm talking here. What time do we got? 11:36. I got like another 24 minutes there before midnight. I'm gonna be diligent here and end it like I'm supposed to at midnight, at least Eastern time, that is. Let me think of another place I have that. I have that photo. Wasn't it? Wasn't it in that video? Did I miss it? Was it there at the very beginning? Hold on. Don't rule it out yet. I've got it saved here somewhere. I'm way back to maybe not. Oh, there's the picture I have for my profile and my helmet and goggles. Speaking of helicopters, there's a helicopter. No, I don't have it here. Son of a gun. But yeah, anyways, that climbing wall was a godsend. It just kept me busy. Gave me something else to do than nothing. It was brutal just sitting and going through the motions, every day without something to do. And there's only so much you can do, and you're forced to get creative. What do you do when you're alone or with other guys? You can only play cards so many times and watch movies and read books and sleep and eat munchies and eat more and go to the bathroom. And every once in a while we gave continuing education classes to each other, just to break the monotony and talk about something that maybe somebody didn't know already, or maybe it was a drug that the higher ups introduced or something, and they would give a continuing education on on a process or procedure. But that ends in 30 minutes, and you can't go anywhere. You're literally in a cage. I was in an 8th mile round base. The Marines, I told you before, the Marines figured out that one walk around the perimeter of the base was 1/8 of a mile. 1/8 of a mile. So you could run around the base 8 times and it would be 1 mile. And the Marines used that. Okay, got to go run for a couple miles. Well, you got to, I'd run around in circles like a caged animal. Yeah, it wasn't a fun place to be. And then when you did get a chance to go outside the wire, then you're like walking on eggshells. It was, you're just like nervous, out of control. Hopefully they've done all the logistics, so you're putting your trust in somebody else, as which route they're going to be going and whether or not it's been cleared. And you're just like, you have no control over that. You just drive and bounce around and get hammered around in the back of that 7-ton until they get to where they go, whether it's freezing but cold or hot. You're just sitting in each other's laps in the back of a truck, usually. Literally sitting in each other's, between their legs. They open their legs up like a V, you back up right into their crotch, and then they back into yours, and there's like 9 of you, and then there's 3 rows of 9 in the back of that 7-ton. Yeah, and so, it was no fun to be inside or outside, and man, time goes by so slow. So when it comes to having something to do, it's like, yes, I want to do that. Who do you think volunteered for going out to the range so the guys could practice? I was volunteering every chance I got. Heck yeah, you get to shoot all kinds of cool weapons. And break the monotony. Just like going to the range, in the civilian world. That was the best. But how are we going to get to the range? We got to walk there. Oh, the range is where? Outside the wire? Oh. Hoorah, Raymond. It was cool. I just realized, Raymond, I'm sorry, Creed, that wasn't you talking. It's funny how your eyes get tunnel vision and I'm not even realizing who's saying what. Yeah, Ray, it was, praise God for the military. Really. It was cool, that I got to finally get an opportunity to experience it. And who would have known, that I was going to join at 37 years old. A little plug there for you young guys, you can join the service up until you're 43 years old now. Just was told by a recruiter. It's 43. And I went, no kidding. So it's not 42? He said, nope, they upped it one more year. I said, 43 years old it is. So you can literally do 20 years, whether you're reservist or full-time, and retire at 63. Now, my recommendation is join when you're 18 so you can retire at 38. Holy moly. Who gets to retire at 38? You might have to keep working in order to make ends meet, but you got a retirement package at 38. Oh my gosh, you get a paycheck direct deposit into your account, and you get all of the benefits of having been active duty. Now that you're retired, you get commissary privileges, you get exchange privileges. I believe so. As I'm wondering if that's applies to enlisted, even if you do 20 years. I believe so. You can still go on base. I can't. Well, they changed that. By the way, did you hear that? I just found out and I applied. I renewed my veterans VA card. I got that back in 2005 when I got home here in Philadelphia. And my picture is so old, it's faded. Barely see it's me anymore. But I just thought, once you get your VA card, always have your VA card type thing. And it's been 20 years. Well, 2005, 19 years since I came home. And apparently there's been some changes. Imagine that. One of them being is the ID card has changed. Well, I didn't get word of that, nor did I really need to get word of that. But I found out recently, I got an email saying that, I think from the VA for something, and maybe it was USAA, the insurance that I carry. That's a veterans insurance company. Sent me something and I clicked on it and it informed me that the ID card, I need to redo, or is your VA card expired? So that prompted me to get mine out, and I'm looking at it going, no expiration date on this thing. What are they talking about? So I did some more research and realized, oh, the card format has changed and it's even called something different now. Veterans Health Identification Card, VHIC or something. So anyway, I ended up going through a prolonged process to renew that, and I've got that in the making and in the mail. So on that note, I found out that veterans can get on base now, no matter if you're retired or not. And you guys probably always thought that would be, that would be part of being a veteran, that you'd be able to get on base. No. Those privileges ended when my end of service, when I signed out of the military, June 2007. And if I was going to, I even used to go back to California to visit my old crew, my own unit, just to check in and say hi and catch up on, everybody else and see what they're doing, if they're still there, if the same names are still there. And I had to call from out at the gate and have somebody come up, and I got a name tag, civilian name tag, and I'm not in uniform anymore, and I had to have an escort to get on base. Yeah, that was the only way, just like anybody else. If you're going to go, you can go on base if you have somebody in the military escort you. But now, apparently, veterans can get on base, and they've got to get some paperwork done and this renewed identification card. So there's really no base around me here in New Jersey. At least there's a reserve unit there out of the airport, but I don't think they have any benefits on the airport, or yeah. But anyway, just something I was curious about and wanted to do, so I renewed it. So if I ever travel again back to California visiting my family, I can cruise on base and go say hello if they're still there. Matter of fact, most of them are probably retired. I would have, yeah, they are. They did their 20 years because that came 2019. I joined in 1999. 20 years would have been 2019. Had I stayed in, I would have had a retirement at 57 years old. And I have nothing from the military except veterans benefits, and even those are nothing unless you're disabled. How sad, huh? Maybe Trump will implement even more these next 4 years. Unless you're disabled, they base it on your percentage of disability, determines what your health benefits are. But other than that, nada. You can get a dental exam every year. That's about the extent of your medical coverage. And you can get free x-rays. But then again, my wife has full medical coverage, and why do I need to go to a VA facility? It's like I get better benefits through my wife than the VA, so. Raymond, re-educate me. I don't know if this is your first time here. Probably not. Where are you? What part of the world are you coming from? What time is it? Is it 20 minutes is up? Oh, I got 10 more minutes. If you're still there, Mr. Ray. Do they call you RJ by any chance? South Carolina. Oh yeah, first time here. Very good. Well, hey, if the least I could ask, the like button. Click on the like button. That helps get the channel out in front of more people. If you want to subscribe, great. Click the bell icon if you're going to do that. That'll give you, the drill, the notification when I put out further live streams and or videos, etc., etc. Yeah, cool. Thanks for finding me and stopping. If you didn't already know, emergency medicine is my background, military, obviously, and the Word of God always seems to come up during the live stream. Pretty much a relaxed atmosphere format. There's no really regimen, to the live stream. Say what you want to say and let's talk about it. Oh, he was. Hoorah. You see there? those are usually one of three things that brings people here. The reason why my channel ended up in front of your eyes is emergency medicine, military, and the Word of God. I mean, it's pretty cool. That the majority of the people that have stopped here for the first time have that in their interest. Yep. Oh, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm pretty much getting a pretty good set time and date. It's always been Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but I do something does come up, and or I truly forget and end up doing something with my wife or something else, and I forget, like, oh my gosh, it's a Monday, I forgot. And it's at 8 p.m. until midnight Eastern time. So whatever that oh, you're in South Carolina, so same time for you. Yeah, like-minded people, and or contrary to what I like, what I'm, those three things that I mentioned. There's always people coming in that are contesting or contending, got something to get off their mind. And, if they get too inappropriate, then they end up getting 86th, as they say in the restaurant business. But other than that, yeah, hang out, all age groups from, as you probably, if you didn't meet Creed Carter, he's right out of high school. He's joining speaking of, the Marines. Your dad, yeah, was a Marine. I had to find that. He just got his, what do you call it, for aircraft. Let me read it here. Signed my contract going aviation in the Army. And he'll be going to Fort Leonard in Missouri to begin his boot camp. But that was cool. And then tell your dad you met a doc if you haven't already. Some guy, you can tell him, decided to have a live stream, who was a corpsman with the Marines in 2004, 2005. Yeah, pretty cool. It was a super, super memorable experience to be with a Marine Corps unit. Even though I didn't know the guys, that wasn't my unit that I was assigned to. I was placed with them because of my background. My schooling made me valuable. It gave me that 8404 patch on my shoulder that enabled me to be deployed with the Marines and go play with them, out on the ground and provide medical support for them. So that was cool. Oh, you're 57. I'll be dang. Well, I lost my dad in 2017, brother. Happens to all of us. Yep. Yeah, you're just my younger sister, actually. Well, actually, she's older than you. She just turned 59. 50, no. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 59. Yeah. 3 years younger than me. And I'm 62. My sister's 63, and my eldest brother's 65. So we're all 6 years apart. Wait, did I say that right? Yeah, 59 and 65. 7 years. Wait, 6 years. No, it is 6. 6 years. I was right the first time. 9 plus 6 is 5. 15. Yeah. Oh, you're a drag racer. No way. Bro, maybe that's how we connected. I've been watching Cletus McFarland, his channel. Do you subscribe to him? What a kick his channel is. I get a blast out of watching that. You watch him? That's got to be how the algorithm connected us. Do you watch him? That guy does good. His crew puts out a good show. That's awesome. You have to watch him if you're a drag racer or an ex-drag racer. Yeah, isn't that something? Yeehaw! Cletus McFarlane. And the vehicles he's racing is just unheard of. Hey, you'll get a kick out of this. Check this out, Ray. I wasn't a drag racer, but I got a midlife crisis when I was 50. And I ended up having a vehicle. I'm in the Asian, I married an Asian girl, so I'm in the Asian circles. I've been in the Asian circles for 40 years. So I've learned a little bit of, what goes on over there in Southeast Asia and what they, are attracted to and what is big in their country and vehicles and so on. So a lot of, Japanese vehicles in there, along the kids, grow up with Hondas and Mitsubishis and, the rice burners and so on. And so, um, on that note, therefore, my brother-in-law tells me, "Oh, Gary, you've got a rare car." And I went, "What do you mean I got a rare car? I had a Mitsubishi." And I was like, "Well, yeah, I know Mitsubishi is Japanese, but why is it rare?" He said, "Oh, they didn't make a whole lot of those." And I said, "Oh, you did? Wow." I'm off on a tangent, but I went to school with a younger girl. She was a few years younger than we were, but her dad raced funny cars. And his name, you may have heard of him. His name was Beal, Dan Beal. Did you ever hear that name? You ever heard of Beal? Old school funny cars. Top Fuel. Did you ever hear the Bealmobile? That was the name of his car. The Bealmobile. His name was Dan Beal. Did that ever enter your? And you're about my age. Yeah, dude. That was it. I lived in Claremont, San Diego, and that's where Dan and his family, his daughter. I went to school. Well, his daughter was the girlfriend of a drummer. I was a drummer, so his name was Keith, and Keith's girlfriend was Kim, and Kim was Dan Beal's daughter, Kim Beal, and she had other sisters. I think she was the youngest. And I met Mom and Mr. Beal, and he had his car out in his driveway a lot, and in his trailer, and yeah, I grew up the kind of the same era you did. Yeah, I used to watch Waiwola Sports with a passion, and that was so cool to watch those rail dragsters and the funny cars. Yeah, yeah, that was cool. But anyways, as with the technology today, man, they're getting 2-liter engines to do 5-second, you know, quarter miles. And it's unbelievable to watch those things. Like, what? Well, I don't know about the 2 liters, but just incredible. So, on that note, I had a Mitsubishi wagon, and it wasn't an Evolution, it wasn't an Evo. It was a wannabe Evo. So, knowing, getting the word that my brother-in-law was telling me, he got me started into the do-it-yourself, build circles. And, you know how that goes. That's just never ending. And so next thing you know, it's turbochargers came into the vocabulary. And I'm like, gosh, I wasn't I didn't grow up with cars in a peripheral way. I did just by hearing and seeing. Like I said, I knew, people. But I wasn't, I ended up I ended up in the medical field and putting people together, not cars, so cars were kind of foreign to me. And so now I'm doing internet searches on turbochargers and superchargers. And, how do those work? Yeah, you do get sucked into it big time. And then your bank account starts to disappear. So to make a long story short, I ended up dropping from beginning to end. And I know this is cheap, but for me, I ended up dropping about 10 grand into the car, all in all, from beginning to end. And I ended up turbocharging a automatic 2.4 liter front wheel drive um, Mitsubishi. It's called a Sportback, but it's a wagon. It's like I said, it's the equivalent of the Evo wagon, but it's the non turbocharged version of it. Sporty looking, but it was only front wheel drive and it was automatic. And I grew up with stick shift as you and I did, but so that was a big question mark. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. But I ended up being successful. And 11 months later, I ended up uploading a tune in my ECU port from a guy in Ottawa, Canada, who developed it for me on his laptop. And I plugged that thing in with all my peripherals already done and had the car ready to take its first breath. And it was successful. And I was like, oh my gosh, what did I do? And the next thing you know, I ended up setting the car up for um, for track performance, not quarter mile. It was for the road race courses. And so I ended up taking my car to the local, Millville sport track or road race track, the 2.5 mile, 2 point something mile, 1 point something mile. And I took it a few places out of town, out of state, and got to play with it on different tracks. And I was never a nobody, but it was just something I did on the side, and I had a lot of fun with it. As far as my money could take it. So on that note, I ended up. This is what my car looked like, and I had an opportunity to buy a professional photo package of my car that a pro photographer, sat there on the track. I guess he was hired, and then he would shoot everybody on the track and then put together a package for you to buy for, $35 or whatever. And so I purchased one. Always wondered, what it was like, what I looked like on the track. And these are some pictures. Matter of fact, let me go this route. Oh, here's one. This vertical format though really doesn't do justice for the photo. But let me get myself out of the picture here. And that's a few little snippets of that car when I had it finished and, had it looking at its best and so on and so forth. Oh, it was. And I used to turn heads all the time, but I didn't turn our guys our age's heads. I would turn the young guys' age when I'd get out of my car, at the convenience store to go in or to get gas. And I had people walking around the car going, your car? And I was like, yeah, it's my car. And they're like, dude, wouldn't expected that. And I said, expected what? And they said, a guy your age getting out of a car like that. And I went, oh yeah, I didn't ever thought of that. Yeah, now you know why I closed the cam and muted that. It's like, oh my gosh, my whole chest was coming out of my mouth. Yeah, it was. It was a kick. And I got involved in this one organization called uh what was it called? Um TNIC, Track Night in America, TNIA, Track Night in America. And they're all over the United States. They traveled all the states, well, as many states that have road race courses in their state, from California to Maine or South Carolina. There might be. Anyways, and so they came to New Jersey. There's a couple of tracks here in New Jersey and Pennsylvania and nearby. And I attended. You know, you end up paying like, I think the first time you go, you end up paying like $150 for 1 hour of track time. And that's three 20-minute sessions is 1 hour, 60 minutes. And as you could probably foresee or be able to tell, 20 minutes out on a track is a good amount of time. You know, you end up going around the track, what it takes you, how long to get around one time. You know, you end up doing like 5 laps within 20 minutes. You know, 2 minutes a lap, 2.5 minutes a lap or something like that. And so, you know, you get to spend quite a bit of track time in 1 hour. And it's not all at once. You know, it's broken into 3 different sessions. And so you get to get better and better each track, you know, each session that you go out there, especially as a novice. You know, you go out there, you end up spending an hour. Yeah, I know it does. As you are already saying, you don't realize how much being in a vehicle and putting that thing through the paces and going around turns and the adrenaline and the physical part of G's, and gosh, it's just, you're just constantly on edge, trying to keep yourself safe. You know, and at first you're not going very fast because you're scared to death. But as you get more comfortable, you know, it just naturally, your speed goes up because you get more familiar with the speed. And that even takes a toll, you know, on your body with the going by your vision and the brain input going in your eyes and trying to figure out when to put on your brakes so you don't drive off the end of the track and or spinning out into the grass. And even though that doesn't sound like much, that's much. You know, when that happens, you're like, oh my God, you know, there's grass flying everywhere and who knows what happened to your car, what damage you just did to your car. You know, whether you tore up the underside of your car because you don't have it good to go yet for that type of environment, and or taking chunks out of the rims of your you know, your tires. And those beautiful what were the name of those? You might be familiar with those rims that I had on my car. You know, those weren't cheap. I forget the name of them. You know, I ended up tearing those things up on the track, going over those, what are they called? The red and white bumps. The, what do they call on a track again? Yeah, those things, man, go over those things. Oh, I know. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Isn't that something? I know. I'm watching you guys all the time and how fast. It's mind-boggling that you're able to keep yourself together after going that fast so quickly. Yeah, apex. Well, yeah, they had a name for, yeah, they're in the apex or on the apexes, but they're rumble strips. Well, that's on the highway. They call them rumble strips. But the rumble strips that are on those apexes, oh my gosh, those things are like, they're like a tank could go over those, you know? Those things are brutal. Hitting those things, if your profile of your tires isn't enough, oh my gosh, it's eat you up. And I'm sure that's what tore up my rims. Oh my gosh. Yeah, those things are are brutal. I think it had a different name for them in the racing industry, but anyhow, you know what I'm talking about. And I was told from the very beginning that those just turbocharging, as you know, just doing that to a vehicle is going to ruin your vehicle. you know? Yeah. As putting that much power into an engine is going to tear up everything. Suspension, it's going to make you totally transform your car. As you know, even the weather stripping on cars disappears at 120 miles an hour. Oh my gosh, I learned that the hard way. Trying to see how fast my car could go after I turbocharged it. Ended up doing 140 down the parkway. And it's like, oh my gosh. And watching my weather stripping starting to peel back. And I'm like, holy crap. No wonder those cars have tape on them. Did you see those guys' doors disappear on that Cletus McFarland channel? After doing, I think hitting the 5-second mark, 5.9. Oh my gosh. Their doors disappeared. It's like, oh, guess we're going to have to change that reinforcement or that curve or that design. Stuff goes flying off. Oh my gosh. Yeah, anyways. So I ended up, you know what I did with that car? And this is sad. And it's really sad, but yeah, I gave it away. I literally gave it away. I gave it away for $1,000. $1,000 to a mechanic for work that I had done on my wife's Lexus RX 350. I didn't have the money to get it out of the shop, and we needed it. And he said, didn't you mention you had a... He knew I had, because he did work for me. He did the hard jobs that I couldn't get to. And he's like, that car you've been wanting to get rid of out of your garage that your wife's been telling you to get rid of? Didn't you say you wanted to get rid of that? And I'm like, oh no. You're not going to say that, are you? And he said, I'll take it off your hands right now. And everything will be said and done as far as finances go. And I thought, am I really going to give this away for $1,000? I did. I gave it to him. It had a on this ending note, because I do have to go, is what the dilemma I was having, and we'll talk about this another time, but I went round and round with mechanics, 3 different shops, online, having people willing to fly out or asking me to drive out so they could take a look at it. But actually I couldn't drive it out because that was the problem. Like I couldn't drive it anymore. But, and hopefully this is short, is I ended up breaking the balance shaft belt. I mean not the balance shaft, but the other one, not the balance shaft belt, the big one. And it pretty much put it dead in the water, as you can tell. And it ended up being, you're going to have to help me out with this. It's been a while since I've been speaking the talk. But it ended up being one of those engines where the valves have a tendency to hit it ends up destroying the valves when that belt breaks. Ended up being one of those engines. And so I ended up having it, the timing belt, thank you. And what's the name of the engine that has the those 2 different configuration pistons or valves? Yeah, they hit the pistons. What's the type of engine that's called? something timing, or so, what was the nomenclature there? Anyways, so because of that, the guy that bought the car from me for $1,000 ended up replacing the timing belt. He did the bounce shaft belt, and he went ahead and did the, the everything else. Yeah, I forget the name for it, but you know what it does. It hits the pistons. So, because of that, it was, unfortunate, but it would behoove you to, replace the valves and have the pistons checked for, the seals, and the head being warped or something, so it needed to be refinished. So we did like a complete overhaul of the engine. But when he put everything back together and he had it all good to go, and I go to pick it up, I mean, I know him to test drive it, before he gives it back to his customers, and he's good to go. I mean, he's always been for me, and the money was always the the biggest selling point, because he was more under the table, like, give me $70 for that. If I needed the rear motor mount replaced on my engine, because I broke the rear motor mount after I turbocharged it, and so it's not a very easy one to get to. The front one's easy, but the rear one was, more difficult. So I ended up pouring my own motor mount, filling it, with a harder resin, and it was all, via suggestions from the guys, and so it didn't fail as quick. And so I made my own, and then which actually ended up being, I was proud of myself for doing a good job on that, and getting the bearings centered and everything like it was supposed to. And then so he's installing it for me, and for instance, that's a job that I gave him to do, because it was a real tight squeeze, and I didn't have the right tools to make it easier. Well, so he was always one to, do good work, and his work showed, so I never really questioned him. But after this job, he started, I'm probably beating up the wrong bush, but kind of some red flags started popping up, as to why did he give it back to me the way he did? Did he, because if he would have brought it up to 4,500 RPMs, he would have realized that there was something wrong. And I lost power at 4,500. It's like I hit a wall. It was almost like it was in, limp mode. But as limp mode doesn't even allow me to go over 25, 30 miles an hour. But, this would get up to about 45, 50 miles an hour, in third gear. And again, it's automatic, but I would shift manually, and be bumping that thing along. And, in third gear at 4,500 RPMs, I couldn't get past that. It was just like, and it's like, wait, what's going on? Why can't I, wait, downshift, go back down, slow down. Let's try that again. First gear, second gear, third gear, getting it up. I want to get it up to higher RPMs, to make it perform. And I couldn't get past 4,500 RPMs. And I'm thinking, what? So I turn around and I take it back to him, and I'm like, Angel, did you drive this thing? And I could tell by his body language, that, yeah, it sounds like the turbo, and I thought, turbo? I'm not a turbo, expert, but, and I could see by his facial expression and his body language that, he had that look of, yeah, I knew that was there, but I didn't say anything about it. And I thought, wait a minute. Well, I can't drive this thing home I mean, I can get it home, but he said, well, why don't you bring it back to me tomorrow and we'll take a look at it, And I'm thinking, wow. Well, for the next 2.5 years, that thing sat in my garage. I'm sorry, almost 2 years with it in that condition. And I never figured out what it was. And it got to the point where my brother-in-law, a Toyota Lexus mechanic in Illinois, suggested, Gary, here's what I suggest. Before you spend any more money on that, get a new engine. Get a used engine with low miles, $1,300. Get that engine replaced, put everything back on it that and you'll be, whatever problem it is going to be gone. As a matter of fact, he said, you've got 170,000 miles on that engine already. And I turbocharged it at 130, which was always a concern, that I was going to break it even sooner, which I didn't, by the way. But that would have been, yeah. And the symptoms that I ended up discovering, I was blowing air into my oil pan. My pistons must have been leaking because air was getting to the bottom of my engine, down to the crankshaft and the oil pan, and the air was being pushed. It was pushing my oil stick out of its tube. And it was pushing oil out my oil bung, the return bung, from the turbo, back into the turbocharger and into the charge tubing. I was starting to get oil residual back in that way. Yeah. I mean, you're not the first. Immediately, a guy said, I don't even need to take a look at it, and I can tell you what your problem is. And I'm thinking, well, why wasn't that discovered when they overhauled my engine and took it apart and remilled the head and put everything back together? I mean, a wet test would have revealed that. And I actually took it back into Angel and had him do a, what's that called? A bleed, where you pump air into the pistons. And he said he did that and that they were all fine. And I thought, okay, well, that rules that out. It's not my pistons. Yeah, so it was like a big mystery. Nobody could figure it out. And I dropped, way too much money into it by this point and pissing off mechanics because I would question Angel's work and take it to somebody else. And I'm like, well, what do you expect me to do? You're not solving it. So I got to have somebody try to figure out what's going on. Yeah. So, and I hate to say this, and I hope I'm wrong, and compression test, thank you. Was, and hopefully I'm wrong, but just by, I guess I watched one too many YouTube videos, and I've seen stories of things being done that will mimic problems. And in order to, whether they're, to make money and or in this case, to get a vehicle. And hi Chris, I did see you, by the way, brother. I'm sorry. I I saw you pop in and then I didn't acknowledge you. Sorry, brother. Um, and so he ended up getting a vehicle. And yeah, or maybe he didn't intend it that way. And like you said, he just took a shortcut and didn't want to do the work and gave it back to me with, that issue. And I never fixed it. But you know what? 2 years later, Ray, when I gave it away and I had to have it towed to his shop because I couldn't drive it, it fired up first try with a new charge. The battery was dead, but the tow truck, ended up attaching his quick start. And I told him what the problem was, and he was kind of like, that's interesting. That's interesting. And I said, I'm not sure if it'll start, but we'll find out. And as soon as he attached his device and he turned the key, and that thing just burst to life. I mean, it exploded to life, just like I remember it. And when that thing made that noise, oh my gosh, I almost got tears in my eyes. I thought, my gosh, it's still alive. And that thing still is burning with the right air fuel ratio, AFRs and everything. And I was like, and my gauge is working. And I was like, gosh, that thing sounds so good. It was... I had stainless from the the turbo manifold all the way to the rear. And I finally got a proper downpipe, 2.5-inch downpipe. I was 2.5. Actually, it was a 3-inch downpipe, and then it went down to 2.5-inch all the way out to the tailpipe. And I had that beautiful TIG welded 180-degree downpipe. I finally took out the air conditioning unit so that I had room for the downpipe. And I never was able to drive it. Oh, I know. And I to this day, when I talk about it and I see those pictures, I get that desire to like, gosh, I wonder if it's still there out in his yard. But no. I'm past it now. But it just makes me feel like, gosh, you know how much time I put into that thing? And how well it worked. I give credit I give praise God first and foremost, but the guys that helped me with the build online, not even physically there, man, if it wasn't for them, I would have gave up more than once. And they just kept egging me on and kept helping me solve issues. And they were in Kentucky and Ottawa, Canada. And they were just right there. They had already done the build. They're the ones that designed what I did to the car. 2 guys, one computer programmer and another mechanic. He was more hands-on. They got together and developed a company. And helped me, as far as we know, be one of the first people with that car, that Mitsubishi Sportback Rally Art 2004, automatic, front-wheel drive, 2.4 liter, get turbocharged with a non-piggyback turbo. It was a direct tune, ECU tune, because the guy in Ottawa was able to crack the whatever it was on the ECU that Japan put on it, so that you couldn't do that. Their copyright or whatever. Well, the guy in Ottawa figured it out. And yeah, so he helped me do everything required. They had already done it, and the only thing that changed was the configuration of the charge tubing, because of the automatic, transmission. And I figured that out on my own. Yeah, so that was cool. Thank God for my drafting and architecture background back in high school. I got to reignite, what I learned is at least that I thought I shoulda, coulda, woulda become an architect, out of high school, but I didn't. Yeah, that computer guy, he was way above my pay grade. I bought the tune, I bought the program, the software. That was part of the package. Part of nearly $5,000, of the whole package was the tune, including the software. And so that was an option to buy the software. And so I did. So I have it on my laptop somewhere up in my room to this day, where I could literally, tune my own car if I knew how. And I even delved into that a little bit precariously. I was scared to death, thinking I was going to start a fire or blow my engine up, with that fuel and air fuel ratio. OMG. But what a different world that is, and it can do to an engine. I gained 100 wheel horsepower. Well, thereabouts. 80 to 100 wheel horsepower from stock, and was able to keep all stock internals. And it was safe. Had even a guy from Russia, speaking of some gearheads, this guy was online in the forums, and he did some brilliant articles on our engine. And he had the same engine in Russia, and he did all the technical stats on the stresses and everything of the metals and how much power, the engine could safely handle without having to upgrade the internals. And it was 100 horsepower, from 140 horsepower to 240 horsepower. And wheel horsepower, that was wheel horsepower, sorry. 140 wheel horsepower to 240. So that's what my car was when I gave it up. I gained all of that. And obviously the problem was keeping the wheels on the ground, the front wheel drive. I could spin those things in a standing still. It was fun. It was fun. Even for that little bit of power compared to what you're putting out. The guy in Russia said, "You're going to have a fast car for its size. Just believe you me," he said. "You're going to have a fast little car." And so that really made me excited. I was like, oh my gosh, am I really doing this? Yeah, 850. That was the shop. The shop that I had the TIG welding done. They were your in your league. And they had a 1300 horsepower Nova in their garage. I was like, oh my gosh. I remember the guy coming in and doing the waxing, the paint peel, that was his forte when they were getting ready to erase it and show it. The guy was in there doing his job on the paint job. Oh, and just a little. Oh, you had 10,000 in the engine. I know, isn't that something? How does that happen? Mine was including the suspension and so on, and I wasn't even there yet. I didn't even scratch. I was just scratching the surface when it came to what could have been done. But yeah, money just, oh my gosh. So I was learning, and it was fun, and I got to experience the joy of doing it yourself, and the outcome, and it worked out. Even when I put it on the track, thank God I just happened to hit it just right, on the modifications and the wheel wells and buying the right size tires and the rims, and I didn't have any rub. Oh my gosh, my second battery finally went out. Let me change the camera here real quick. And here we go. There we go. I gotta raise me up a bit. I think I can. Yeah. So like first try, after doing the wheel wells and rolling the wheel wells by myself, which was, gosh, definitely a do it yourself. um, using a broomstick and touch up paint and rolling the wheel wells, and then the size tire that I was trying to make all those calculations as to, and research and asking people, what size tires do I need and what rim's going to fit it and what's the, I forget the terminology, the plus in the rims, to make sure it was the right, um, yeah, dimensions and so on. And I take it out on the track, and it's like the very first time, it's like, oh my gosh, this is all working. And I would inspect it afterwards, and look underneath and look at the wheel to see if I've got any rubber being peeled back or any cuts in the tires. And I was like, oh my gosh, this thing's perfect. I had like a half inch tolerance between the wheel and the fender, and no matter which way or how much I was putting that thing through the track, there was nothing. It was just like beautiful. I was like, man, I hit that one right on the head. Which, as you know, isn't always the case. Most of the time you're like, dang it, gotta tweak this, gotta tweak that. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. But maybe thank God it ended when it did, because I was I was definitely getting into that road race track kind of addiction. It was, if it's not towing your sit on top kayak, that's all decked out for bass fishing, on the back of your SUV, with all your do-it-yourself modifications, to your trailer and your kayak. It's going to be, a Mitsubishi on a trailer, or with all your tires, and it's always something. So yeah, that's what I'm towing around now is, um, a new used Cadillac XT4 SUV, uh, and with a tow hitch on the back, and my um, Harbor Freight 4x8 trailer, utility trailer, with a 14-foot tandem kayak on the back out to the lake. That's definitely cheaper than a 2004 Mitsubishi Lancer wagon for the track. Chris, what's new, brother? I wish I was a little earlier in my live stream. I'm already, gosh, how far over? 39 minutes. But yeah, I'm actually gonna head out here, and um, perfect, Raymond. Yeah, it was. Yeah, what a another addition to the family. Yeah, Chris. Um, we're both married to Asian ladies, so we got that in common. And mine's from the Philippines. His is from Korea. Um, and other. Uh-oh, I froze. This did this last time. It froze last time, and now it's starting to freeze again. So maybe that's another indicator that I need to head out. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm settling down. I gotta end this, and you know what? I really haven't officially eaten dinner. Well, no, I did have dinner, but I've been a minimalist today, and I'm hungry. So I'm gonna go up, find something good, something to drink, put on a YouTube video, one of the channels I watch. Probably Cletus McFarland. I'm going to bring him up. He's got some new stuff out. And watch him, see how he's doing on his 5-second whatever car that is that he's racing down the track. All right, Chris, Wednesday, I'll be back. Oh, I'm frozen again. Yeah, I'm going to head out of here. See you, Ray. See you, Chris. Thank you, Girl in the Mirror, if you're still there. And sorry, everybody else, if I didn't mean to ignore you. Creed, he's a young guy in the Army, and he's going to have a good, sounds like a good experience in the Army as a mechanic, flight mechanic. So, sounds cool. All right, bro. See ya. See if I can officially end this with my oh my gosh, there I'm frozen again. What the heck? What is going on? With my outro, as they say. Yeah, there it is. It's actually already done. So see you guys as you were. Later.